Chapter 7:15. It seems that the intensity of silence can be adjusted? Can the intensity of diamond quality silence finally be adjusted like bell, blessing, green glow, and other star techniques? The ability to adjust the intensity seemed to be the direction of development for most star technique. Jiang Shao silently sensed the newly advanced star technique. He found the bait from afar and raised his hand to cast Sound of Silence again. This time, it was the most primitive gold quality Sound of Silence. The gold quality Sound of Silence didn't even have the painful impact effect, let alone the confinement effect. It was the most primitive Sound of Silence. Han Jiangxue walked over. Under the effects of Bell, her body had been completely healed. What was more terrifying was that Han Jiangshua's mind was extremely calm after being healed by Bell. Seeing that Jiang Shao was secretly pondering over the new star technique, Han Jiangshua suppressed her anger and did not disturb him. The first star technique, Diamond Enmity, doesn't seem to have changed much. Diamond Enmity. When attacked by an enemy, there is a 5% chance of adding a random negative state to the enemy. Passive technique, active, continuous consumption of star power. Jiang Shao touched his chin and wondered, the probability has changed? Did it go from 3% to 5%? Nothing else has changed? Logically speaking, Enmity was the star technique that Jiang Shao used the least, but it was also a divine star technique that had saved his life. During battles, such as the one where the female leader of Conkind was wanted, Jiang Shao had activated Enmity, but it had never been triggered. Due to the fact that Jiang Zhao's battles in school were mostly for training, competitions, and challenges, he did not report his star technique Enmity when he boarded the plane to register. Hence, he had never activated it. After all, if the opponent was suddenly paralyzed, burned, set on fire, or frozen, it would be difficult to explain the situation. Jiang Shao didn't want to cause trouble for himself. During battles, he could use Enmity to a certain extent. However, during competitions, Jiang Shao had to bear with it. He still had high hopes for the star technique that had truly saved Jiang Zhao's life before. However, the diamond quality Enmity only increased the chance of triggering it to 5%. It didn't seem to be as powerful as he imagined it to be. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. Han Jiangxue calmed the violent star power in her body and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses. He had indeed thought of something interesting just now. According to Jiang Zhao's current physical strength and the terrifying diamond endurance, it gave him an extremely powerful defense. The star technique, Enmity, seemed to have a low trigger rate, but it was most effective against melee combat. For example, Zhao Wenlong's 3 shadows encirclement and Zhao Wenlong's 1 punch could produce over 100 fist shadows. According to the probability, if hundreds of fist shadows were to hit Jiang Zhao's body, it should be enough to trigger resentment 5 times, right? The moment Zhao Wenlong punched out, he should have felt dizzy, stiff, vomited, poisoned, blinded. All sorts of strange negative effects were applied to Zhao Wenlong at the same time? Yes, the probability of triggering this resentment is low, but the old cadre's fists are fast. Jiang Shao couldn't help but chuckle. TSK. I'm really a toxic healer. In the end, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but feel displeased that she had become a test subject, and that Jiang Shao had kept it a secret from her. She reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's ear before tugging it down forcefully. "What are you thinking so happily about? You didn't even answer when I asked you." Since his ear was being pulled, Jiang Shao had no choice but to lower his head. "Ah!" Jiang Shao gasped and exclaimed, Hey! You're a star warrior. Let go, you don't know how strong you are." Han Jiangxue released her hand and looked at Jiang Shao, who was rubbing his ear. She said, "Do you know how strong your silence is?" Jiang Shao fell silent all of a sudden. But who's the toxic healer? He's thick-skinned and thick-skinned. He immediately changed the topic. "Who did you learn this from? No one around knows how to do it, right?" Indeed, it was a new experience for Jiang Shao to have his ear pulled. The people around Jiang Shao had never done such a thing before. Not even once. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "You've grown taller, it's easier to pull." Jiang Shao was speechless. Taller my A**s. I've been training every day, eating delicious food, and even eating the nutritious meals specially prepared by the Wasteland Army in school. It has been a long time, and Jiang Zhao's height has been fixed at 182 centimeters. However, it's still alright. Although Jiang Shao is a younger brother among the Star Warriors, he's still not bad among the ordinary people. However, thinking about the best man, Hai Tianqing, and the flag protector, Qin Wangchuan, Jiang Shao felt even more resentful and wondered if he could increase the probability of triggering diamond resentment. Yes, that must be it. Since the heavens had already given me the unparalleled beauty of the king of poison healers, what more could I ask for? That's not right. Hai Tianqing, why can you have both? This bastard. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao said, "By the way, Teacher Hai and Teacher Fang are getting married on June 23rd. Huh?" Han Jiangxue didn't expect Jiang Shao to say that. She also didn't expect Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun to be holding a wedding. In fact, Han Jiangxue had almost forgotten about it. Yeah, Hai Tianqing seemed to have proposed to Fang Xingyun during the World Cup. While looking at the diamond mud streamlight in his internal star map, Jiang Shao said, "The two teachers are preparing for a small wedding. Will you accompany me?" Han Jiangxue asked, "Small wedding? I thought it would be a grand wedding." With Fang Xingyun around, everyone would think that it would be a grand wedding. After all, her family was there. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "The two of them have pledged to marry each other privately. I hope that Hai Tianqing's marriage will be broken off by the big family. Then, Teacher Hai will hold back his anger and work hard decisively. He will obtain an opportunity, unlock a cheat, and become a god step by step." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's mind raced and he said, "Summon a few flame clowns. I'll try using the countercurrent light." Han Jiangxue was still thinking about Hai Tianqing's story based on the outline given by Jiang Shao. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's request, she snapped back to her senses and summoned 2 flame clowns. Squeak! Woo-ha! The 2 flame clowns were put together and hopped around excitedly. Han Jiangxue pressed her palms down slightly, and the 2 flame clowns immediately became listless and stood on the spot dejectedly. It was rather infuriating that the principal's mother doesn't allow me to play, but I can only pout and don't dare to say anything. Jiang Shao said, "There aren't enough." Han Jiangxue summoned a few more flame clowns from the kindergarten. Jiang Shao threw out the countercurrent light. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and watched as Jiang Shao exerted all his strength. However, he couldn't throw out the 10th countercurrent light no matter how hard he tried. The 10th flame clown stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Sensing that the other 9 companions had been connected by the thick countercurrent light, the remaining flame clown suddenly felt like it was being isolated. The flame clown actually stretched out its arms and wanted to hug Jiang Shao. If it weren't for Han Jiangxue, it would have probably pounced on him. Jiang Shao was speechless. Diamond, the countercurrent light, throws out several continuous rays of light that share vitality and star power with the connected target. Indeed, there were no changes in the introduction of the platinum quality and diamond quality countercurrent light. Not a single punctuation mark was changed. However, there was a huge hidden change. The previous 5 rays of countercurrent light had now increased to a maximum of 9. Besides, just like the other star techniques, the current countercurrent light could also adjust the size of the water pipe, which meant the strength of the star technique. Jiang Shao grinned. There were a few more water pipes and more options to adjust the strength of the star technique. The largest water pipe could also be enlarged. Apart from that, there were no other changes. It doesn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. It was worth mentioning that Yen Xiaosu, who had been imbued with star power, did not seem to have any intention of advancing. Jiang Xiao reckoned that the summoned creatures probably couldn't be upgraded. Jiang Xiao retracted his star technique, turned around and explained to Han Jiangxue, "There are just a few more lines that can be connected to a few more targets. The size of the countercurrent light can be adjusted, and the speed and total amount of star power can be adjusted. Other than that, there are no other changes." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao silently, as if she was looking at a silly son of a landlord. "Do you know what the normal countercurrent light looks like? Do you know what the current countercurrent light looks like? Why can't I see any joy on your face? Anyway, come with me to the wedding on June 23rd. Jiang Xiao looked down at his watch, reached out his right hand, and opened the space door of the Scourge ruins. All in all, the advanced quality of the 3-star techniques in 1-star technique was still acceptable. The explosive power of the Sound of Silence was enough to make up for the other 2-star technique. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Sure, what about Xiaoyan? Do you want to look for Li Wei?" The team of 4 used to be Hai Tianqing students during high school. Jiang Xiao said, "They said that it's going to be a small one, but I don't know if they want so many guests. I'll ask Teacher Hai." "Hey, what are you two talking about? What's wrong with Hai Tianqing?" Xia Yan asked as she hopped in with Chubby Bear in her arms. Jiang Xiao cast a countercurrent light on Chubby Bear and quickly replenished its star power. When he was experimenting with the countercurrent light just now, he had given all his star power to the little burning man. "It's nothing, Teacher Hai and Teacher Fang are about to succeed." While speaking, Jiang Zhao's face slowly turned into a circular mask. When he summoned the decoy previously, Jiang Xiao did not summon it in a camouflage state. Hence, Jiang Xiao appeared with his original appearance. Jiang Xiao then switched to the Flower Blade star map to ensure that the decoy he summoned was a fighter. At the side, the decoy Jiang Xiao placed the giant steel sword and star bead on the ground. There was no need for him to remove his clothes. After all, they were all illusions. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao summoned a new decoy, and the decoy in the distance disappeared without a trace. A new decoy with a circle-shaped mask and a flower blade star chart was summoned. It strode towards the direction of the giant steel blade. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "If you're afraid that the other star techniques of the Ghost Tiger star bead will take up your star slot, you can take Li Wei's route and look for the Little Lungur star bead in Hubei province. You can absorb the brass quality star technique alone and replace it with the silver quality star technique of the Ghost Tiger star technique." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, maybe next time." "There's no time. I'll bring the decoy to the snowfield tomorrow morning. Help me contact the trading firm and buy some Little Lungur star bead. You can use this plan when you summon the decoy next time." Upon hearing his words, Han Jiangxue sighed deeply. Jiang Xiao said, "Next time," which meant that he was pessimistic about his trip to the foreign sphere. The final outcome would definitely be death, and he probably wouldn't live long. Han Jiangxue watched as the 2 Jiang Xiaos walked over and picked up the star beads. The scene made her feel rather conflicted. Which star warrior wouldn't work hard in order to become a superior person? However, he was different. Although he was also working hard, he was still working hard under the premise that he knew the outcome. It was just like how everyone would die sooner or later. However, everyone had a different attitude towards death. Besides, Jiang Xiao was not waiting for death, but going to it. What kind of star warrior is he? What kind of attitude does he have towards life? That might be the greatest characteristic that sets him apart from the other star warriors. Apex. Chapter 7:16. The next morning, Jiang Xiao boarded the plane back to Beijiang province with the bait from the Scourge ruins. This time, both the demon and the angel descended and each grabbed one of Jiang Zhao's hands. It was because when he absorbed the Shadow Crow star bead this time, he had absorbed the 2 star techniques, Conjuring Crow, Summoning Crows, and Chaotic Crow, prolonging conjuring crows and causing conjuring crows to explode. Only then did he acquire the Shadow Crow star technique. That was clearly a waste of 2 star slots. If possible, Jiang Shao only needed the Shadow Crow star technique to lure him. However, there were very few useless star techniques in this world. There were only useless star warriors. Unfortunately, the star technique of the Ghost Tiger star bead also occupied 3 of his star slot. When the Ghost Tiger star bead was completely depleted, Jiang Shao first absorbed the star techniques of sharpness, making his limbs as tough as steel, and swiftness, making his movements and reactions faster, before acquiring the star technique of perception. However, logically speaking, swiftness was also good. The only thing that Jiang Shao did not really need was the star technique, sharpness. After all, compared to fists and kicks, cold weapons were Jiang Zhao's priority. The angel also grabbed one of Jiang Zhao's hands because Jiang Zhao's star map was really compatible with the star technique of desperation. Just like Xia Yan, Jiang Shao also finally felt the so-called feeling of clarity. Back then, when Han Jiangxue absorbed the flamethrower puppet, she said that she felt clarity. At that time, Han Jiangxue absorbed 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. When Xia Yan absorbed the star technique of desperation, she also felt a sense of clarity. Although she did not manage to acquire 2 star techniques in 1 star bead due to various reasons, she managed to acquire the star technique Blade of Desperation, after consuming very few star beads. As for Jiang Shao with the qualifications of 9 star slots, he actually managed to acquire the core star technique of desperation, Blade of Desperation, from the 9th Ghoul star bead. That was a platinum quality star technique. The extremely compatible star map and Jiang Zhao's understanding of the Flower Blade star map allowed him to experience the feeling of clarity when he absorbed the star bead. The compatible star map even seemed to have broken through the limitations of his qualifications. Jiang Shao initially thought that he would have to give up green glow and endure one of them. To his surprise, the angel's hand was still very soft and tender. At least, it felt much more comfortable than the demon's hand. At this point, Jiang Shao, a melee fighter, had completely taken shape. The Shadow Crow series, the Ghost Beast series, the Desperado series, and the White Ghoul's dual divine skills created an agile fighter that could transform, fly, and move at high speed. In general, Jiang Shao was satisfied with the combination of his star technique. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he would know once he pulled it out for a spin. After sending the bait into the ruins of Calamity, Jiang Shao played with the White Ghouls for a few days before returning to his home in Jiangbin City. He then gave Second Last a call. Unfortunately, Second Last didn't pick it up. Jiang Shao received Second Last's call when he was waiting at the airport. Hearing Second Last's voice again, Jiang Shao felt rather emotional. She didn't go home for the Lunar New Year this time, and Jiang Shao felt that he hadn't seen her for several years. Hearing Second Last's tired voice, Jiang Shao couldn't help but say, "Let me know anytime if you need me." A muffled voice sounded from behind the mask, but Second Last got straight to the point. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao got up and walked out of the waiting area, after which he walked to a corner and said, "There's something wrong with the black and white candle and the bamboo bear. These 2 guys seem to have merged." Second Last asked, "Huh?" Although Second Last wasn't standing in front of Jiang Shao could already imagine how shocked she looked from her tone of voice. "Yes," Jiang Shao confirmed. "I've been playing with these 2 in my Scourge ruins, and I've had to feed them. I noticed that they're in a fused state. The bamboo bear's head looks like it's wearing a hat, and the black and white candlelight is on its head." After a moment of silence, Second Last said, "The bodies of the black and white candle are very soft and can change shape easily. Are you sure it's the fusion of the 2 star beasts and not just for fun?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm not very sure. After all, 2 star beasts can be separated at will. However, when the bamboo bear uses the round bamboo star technique, there's an additional effect of the ice flame of the black and white candle. Second last pondered for a moment and asked, "What are you thinking?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I want to keep my star pet. I said that the two of them have merged because of the special additional effect. On the other hand, I discovered that I can put both star pets into the same star slot." After a while, Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "If you want to keep your star pet, we have to report it to the higher-ups in time." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a female voice. "Passengers heading to the imperial capital, please take note. Your flight CA 1448 is now boarding. Please bring your belongings and show your boarding pass." Hearing the voice in the background, Second Last said, "You're not in the capital." Jiang Shao said, "Yeah, I went to Tianjin to carry out a mission. The bait died, so I went home and sent the bait into the snowfield." Second Last said, "Change your flight to Jincheng City, Longan Province. I'll bring you along to report to the higher-ups." "That's better. You have the right to report such matters to the higher-ups." In fact, Second Last had always been displeased with Jiang Zhao's decision to stay in school. She didn't care that he was still in the middle of a semester and simply summoned him. Since he had a favor to ask, Jiang Shao naturally accepted her summons. However, to Jiang Zhao's surprise, the excuse that he found 2 days ago actually came true this time. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Aren't you outside?" Second Last said, "Yeah, I'm also back to report the situation. Since you're back, I'll take you out for a walk." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by a walk? Do you really think I'm a bird?" "I can be a bird, but can you turn into an old man in slippers?" Jiang Shao immediately changed his flight ticket. There was a flight to Jincheng in 2 hours, which was quite a coincidence. Unfortunately, the flight was delayed for more than 4 hours. It didn't matter if it was a coincidence or not. When he arrived at Jincheng City, the provincial capital of Longan Province, it was already past 7 p.m. Jiang Shao was pitiful because no one was there to pick him up. Jiang Shao hailed a taxi and went straight to the small town that was half military and half civilian. Jiang Shao had been there before and was also awarded the Crescent Moon Medal there. Hence, he was rather familiar with the place. The taxi stopped at the side of the street and Jiang Shao alighted, only to see a clear distinction between the two. The south side of the street was filled with the liveliness of the citizens, as was the entire Nanqing district south of the street. On the north side of the street was the military compound, which was extremely quiet and solemn. There were even soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Jiang Shao was wearing a gaudy hoodie, jeans, a cap, and a mask. He rummaged through his school bag for his identification while walking towards the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the compound. He looked just like a lost tourist. "Hey, kiddo!" On the other side of the street, an old man who was playing chess at the entrance of a restaurant shouted at Jiang Shao with a cigarette in his mouth and kept waving at him. "Come back, come back!" Jiang Shao turned his head and nodded slightly at the enthusiastic old man before handing his identification to the soldier. After a while, a soldier came out of the sentry post and led Jiang Shao in. The cigarette in the old man's mouth fell and he looked dumbfounded. "We're going in just like that?" The old man who was playing chess teased. "Which family are you from?" "He's the second generation of the military." Strictly speaking, this sentence was true. However, Jiang Shao was the second generation of the Wasteland Reclaimers, and he entered the gate of the Guardian of the Night Army under the lead of the soldier. Jiang Shao walked into a building. As soon as he went up the first floor and turned to the second floor, Jiang Shao felt a wave of panic in his heart. Following the dangerous aura, Jiang Shao raised his head and saw a huge figure standing on the platform. She crossed her arms in front of her and looked down at Jiang Shao. "Okay." Second Last nodded slightly and was clearly talking to the soldier. However, her long and narrow eyes were fixed on Jiang Shao. It had been a long time since they last met. Jiang Shao felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast of a different dimension again. Under his clothes, the hair on his skin was already standing on end. Facts had proven that cats had to be stroked frequently. Otherwise, they would feel unfamiliar. Perhaps that was her characteristic. Be it her opponent or her teammate, she would never hold back and make things difficult for anyone. The soldier turned around and left. Second last looked down at Jiang Shao condescendingly and nodded at him. "You've given me more choices." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" Second last's eyes were glistening and she looked just like a ferocious beast in the dark in the dimly lit area of the stage. She said in a hoarse voice, "I'm thinking about how to play the cards in my hand, such as a 10, a jack, and a queen. Or I can look for external help. Now I can have a king and a 2. Jiang Shao asked meekly, "Did you suffocate in Kongjind? Why did you learn to play poker? Do you play landlord with Shadow Crow and Tengu every day?" Second last was speechless. Looking at second last, who was choking, Jiang Shao finally found a sense of familiarity. Jiang Shao asked, "Who's the 2? Second last answered, "Tengu, Shadow Crow, or the Great Sage." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Well said. I'll choose the queen." Jiang Shao found a sense of familiarity, and second last caught up with him. She smirked and said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I'll go black then." Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last turned around and walked up the stairs. Jiang Shao chased after her and asked, "What's the mission?" Second last said, "Some forces are trying to assassinate the leaders of Kongjind country." Jiang Shao asked in surprise, "Huh? Are they the remnants of the Dark Hall?" Second last said softly, "Maybe, maybe not. We're not sure yet, but what we do know is that they've already succeeded 3 times. Jiang Shao opened his mouth wide and asked, So domineering? What's their purpose? Isn't Kongjind country chaotic enough? Without our help, the country will probably perish, won't it? Even with our help, they won't be able to rise again without decades, right? Kongjind country is poor in resources, and there's nothing to gain from it." Second last said softly, "Maybe some people don't want us to help Kongjind country or the neighboring countries. Maybe they want to make an example out of us and let those countries see the price of asking us for help." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought about it. "Are you serious?" Second last said, "Just guessing." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "What do you want me to do? Help you investigate? I'm not good at that. Tell me where the enemy is and I'll go and fight them. I'm good at this." Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, "There are plenty of people who are good at this. You're not the only one." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Oh." Second last stopped in front of a dormitory and tilted her head slightly. She said, "I need a world-class medical awakened star warrior and a loyal soldier. Fu Hei is my only subordinate, but his style makes me worry. I came back here to report the situation and also to ask for someone. I didn't expect you to send yourself to me." Jiang Shao smirked and thought, what a sugar-coated bullet. However, second last was not a hypocritical person, and what she said was the truth. At least, that was what she thought. Jiang Shao was very satisfied to be able to gain her approval. Jiang Shao removed the sugar-coated bullet and asked comfortably, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Second last said, "Bodyguard." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What kind of mission is this? The duration of the guard mission can be long or short. Who can stand it if I have to guard for 3 years? I still have to attend the wedding, but by the time I'm done with the mission, Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun's child will already be born. Jiang Shao said meekly, "I'm not world-class. I was just lucky enough to win the world championship. Besides, the contestants are all insignificant in the galaxy stage. They don't count at all. I'm still a student and a child. The contestants all went easy on me." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 717. After second last left, Jiang Shao sat on the bed in the dormitory and covered his face with his hands, feeling depressed. He wasn't pretending to be artistic, but rather, he wanted to cry. If he had known that second last would be looking for him, he wouldn't have come knocking on her door. Her tone, wanton. Friendship, abandonment. Power, true meaning. Anger, isolation. Jiang Shao lay on the small bed and burped in his heart while wondering if he should teleport away. He just wanted to work hard to protect his bear. However, he didn't even know if he could save the bear, but he had already put himself in danger. Why can't I just be a good student in the capital? Why can't I just happily do sponsored partnerships with little Jiangxue and do my duties comfortably? Why do I have to send myself to the mouth of this ferocious lynx? 3 sole questions. Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb, and he eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Shao washed up and took off his gaudy hoodie, only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Although it was a little cold, he felt that it would be better not to jump around too much since he was going to meet an officer. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the person who received him was not the old man, but an old acquaintance, Officer Feng Yi. He was the person who gave him the Void Calamity Star bead during the National High School competition. He was also the one who transferred second last to the Northwestern Guardians of the Night. In the conference room, the solemn Feng Yi's expression softened a little, and he said approvingly, "You've grown a lot over the years. The officer and I have been paying attention to you. We're very pleased. You have to keep up the good work." Jiang Shao nodded without saying anything. Feng Yi said, "During the World Cup, I dragged you back from the competition to carry out a mission. You completed the mission perfectly and then returned to the national team. Under such circumstances, you won the Star Warriors World Cup again. It's very rare. The old leader is very pleased with you." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. He initially thought that Officer Feng Yi was just giving him a symbolic compliment. A smile appeared on Feng Yi's face. He said, "I accompanied the old leader to watch your finals. I clearly remember the scene. When you were on the podium and holding up the World Cup trophy, the old leader said, 'This is China's soldier.'" Jiang Shao finally gave in. He scratched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. I was just lucky." Feng Yi waved his hand and said, "Tell me, what are you here to report? I know you have many identities in the capital Star Warrior City, and you're very busy." Jiang Shao felt a little awkward. Of course, his identity as a student of the capital Star Warriors University didn't matter. However, the big boss of the Guardians of the Night was obviously referring to the fact that he was a wasteland reclaimer. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. "Previously, when I was in the Northwest region, carrying out a mission for the Guardians of the Night and resolving the crisis in Mount Ember, the child that our team rescued gave me a mutated golden red candle." Feng Yi nodded. "Yes," Jiang Shao said. "I followed the instructions of the higher-ups and sent it to the Northwest Star Beast Research Institute. A few months later, they returned the mutated golden red candle. I gave this little guy to Han Jiangxue." Feng Yi said, "Continue." Jiang Shao organized his words and said, "As the champion of the World Cup, the capital Star Warriors gave me a chance to capture Star Pet. I chose the newly opened bamboo forest dimension and absorbed a bamboo bear." Feng Yi nodded again. He understood Jiang Zhao's movements. Jiang Shao continued, "Then, my bamboo bear and the mutated candle often played together, and something happened." Feng Yi asked curiously, "What happened?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and finally decided to let Feng Yi see for himself. He stood up, walked to the corner of the conference room, and waved his hand. At the next moment, a bamboo bear with a candle flame hat appeared in Feng Yi's sight. Feng Yi was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said weakly, "The two of them seem to have fused. When the bamboo bear uses the round bamboo star technique, there's a black and white flame. It's cold and peculiar." Feng Yi stared blankly at the bamboo bear that was on fire. Although he was knowledgeable, he was also in disbelief. Jiang Shao said softly. I don't know what happened. The two of them are always playing together. When we found out, it was already like this. I'll listen to the orders of the higher-ups and cooperate with them. I just want to keep my star beast. I don't have many star slots to begin with, and if my star pet is taken away, I'll cry to death. Feng Yi only snapped back to his senses after a long while. After some thought, he said, You two stay here for one more day and wait for my notice. Second Last suddenly said, I've already requisitioned him, and I'm going to take him to protect the leader of Conkind until we eliminate the assassination team. Feng Yi nodded and said, Stay here for one more day. You guys can go now. The two of them nodded and Jiang Shao put away the black and white candle bear before quickly walking out of the conference room. Jiang Shao asked softly, Shall we go for beef noodles? Second Last was speechless. We just finished talking about such an important matter, and yet, you're thinking about beef noodles as soon as you leave? Jiang Shao said softly. Or do you want to go for some skewers and grilled codfish? Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao and remained silent. You tempted me with grilled codfish previously. In the end, I didn't get to eat it at all. You're doing this again? Jiang Shao chuckled and said, If you don't want to go, I'll go. The oily, sizzling codfish with some sauce is so delicious. Second Last licked her lips and said, Let's go, I'll give you some instructions. Jiang Shao humphed and said, What's there to explain? Isn't it just being a bodyguard? There should be plenty of leaders in Conkind, right? Arrange a beautiful leader for me or a family member. Give me a princess or something. Second Last resisted the urge to kick him and said coldly, Shut up, obey my orders, and carry out the instructions. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and mutter to himself again. A day passed just like that. It turned out that reporting to one's own people was rather reliable. According to Commander Feng Yi, the Northwest Star Beast Research Institute hoped to send the black and white candle bear over, but under pressure, the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest indicated that their soldiers were going to carry out a very important mission. Star pets were an important part of a Star Warrior's strength. However, the Star Beast Research Institute was not a small organization. The Guardians of the Night were massive, and so was the Star Beast Research Institute. It was a powerful and influential national-level institution, and the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest didn't really want to stop them from researching Star Beast. No matter what, they were just doing it for the country. In the end, after a discussion between the two parties, they came up with a compromise plan. The Northwest Star Beast Research Institute and the Southwest Star Beast Research Institute would jointly send a few representatives to form a team of experts to Conkind. The soldiers would carry out the mission, and they would do their own research without disturbing them. Jiang Shao was rather satisfied with such an outcome. Jiang Shao could see the attitude of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest and their attitude towards Jiang Shao. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zhao's previous actions had given him too much credit? Jiang Shao was extremely grateful and honored to be protected by them. In many ways, Jiang Shao was willing to go through fire and water for the Guardians of the Night, and the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest had also given Jiang Shao that much in return. That made Jiang Shao, who was just a lowly soldier, feel very comfortable. At noon the next day, Second Last took Jiang Shao to Conkind. Before taking off, Jiang Shao even spoke to Han Jiangxue on the phone. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. What's going on? My brother found an excuse to go back to Jiangbin, but it turned out to be an excuse. Did he really go abroad? Besides, Jiang Shao seems to be saying that his return date hasn't been set yet. Damn it. Is this guy trying to fool me? Han Jiangxue was both worried and angry. Jiang Shao was so frightened that he hung up the phone. After Qin Wangchuan found out about the news, he felt rather bitter too. However, he was already mentally prepared for it. Such a thing could happen easily. Otherwise, Jiang Shao wouldn't have written Volunteer Corps on his Wasteland Reclaimer certificate. Principal Yang Chen-san didn't say anything. Capable people should do more work. Young people should seize the opportunity to train and grow, as long as they don't delay the junior year and participate in the World Cup. You don't have to think about failing and repeating a year at all. I'll steal the answers to feed you. Zhao Zijian and Hu Kongxian from the apprentice army were rather elated. The two medical awakened would both have a chance to fill in the positions of the medical awakened in the champion team. The toxic healer is indeed a troublesome person. He's gone again. That's awesome. Champion team, here we come. Putting aside the matter of the team competition, Jiang Shao and Second Last took a flight from dawn to dusk. It wasn't the passage of time that caused the sky to darken, but the change in location. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, a portion of Kongqian's territory was clearly within the influence of the Dark Hall's holy ground or the Night Disaster Mountain's holy ground. As the plane flew in the dark sky, the sky suddenly brightened. Clearly, a certain holy ground in this area had been destroyed by the local soldiers. Jiang Shao looked out of the window in bewilderment and asked, "Is there a large-scale opening of the holy ground here?" Second Last nodded and explained, "The Dark Hall dimensional space, some of the space gates, and some of the holy ground are frequently opened here. It's not just here. The countries in Central Asia are also in the same state." Jiang Shao said helplessly, "Is this a relapse? Oh my God, when will it get better?" Second Last suddenly asked, "What if it doesn't get better?" Jiang Shao turned to look at Second Last and asked, "What?" Second Last looked at Jiang Shao expressionlessly and repeated, "What if it doesn't get better?" Jiang Shao said, "This," Second Last said, "what if this is the general trend? The first and second times might be their test. What about the third and fourth times? Will our planet be dominated by these star beasts one day and become their paradise?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and didn't know what to say. It was rare for Second Last to say something pessimistic. "We've been working hard all our lives, but we don't know what the outcome will be." Looking at Second Last's tired expression, Jiang Shao couldn't find the valiant soldier anymore. He couldn't find the warrior who was burning with fire in his heart. This determined and calm warrior, who lived and died for his mission, seemed to be a little lost. He would never have thought that Second Last would show such a side to her. She shouldn't be behaving like that. Jiang Shao was caught off guard. What exactly did she experience to make her behave like that? After a while, Jiang Shao leaned towards Second Last's ear and whispered, "We haven't seen each other in a long time. You were outside and I only spoke to you once on New Year's Eve. In fact, I've made some progress in my mission in the past few months. I'll report to you alone." Second Last tilted her head slightly and rubbed her ear that was itching. She then looked at the soldiers on the transport aircraft and nodded gently. Jiang Shao turned to look out of the window and sighed softly. "I'll do my best and leave it to fate. If this news were to spread, a large number of soldiers might die on the path of seeking the truth." However, that wasn't Jiang Zhao's decision. He just had to report it truthfully and the higher-ups would decide everything. Second Last asked, "Why are you sighing?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said without turning around, "You feel lost and confused. I feel the same way too." Second Last said, "I hope you can bring me some good news." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I try my best to make my life fun and give the people around me shelter and care, but this world doesn't seem friendly." Second Last murmured Jiang Zhao's words softly with a forced smile on her face. "Ha, it's not friendly." Jiang Shao turned to look at Second Last and said, "There's a lot of news. There's a lot of good news." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 718. In the evening, in a heavily guarded military compound in Kongqian. Although it could be considered a military camp, there were still many family members of the soldiers living there. Hence, it was more like a heavily guarded area. Due to the severe situation in Kongqian, a unique phenomenon occurred. In the largest province in Kongqian, Most of the family members of the important officials in the province had been settled there. Jiang Shao had once carried out missions in Kongjin for a long time, and most of them were on desolate battlefields and dilapidated mountain villages. Occasionally, he would go to a big city, which had been razed to the ground by the female leader of the Dark Hall. It was Jiang Zhao's second time in a big city, which was also the largest province in the southeast of Kongjin. It was also Jiang Zhao's first time living in such an elegant and safe military compound. It was April, and the grass was long and the nightingales were flying. If Jiang Shao hadn't known that he had come to the barren Kongjin, he would have probably thought that it was a high-end residential area in China. The courtyard was really huge. The environment here was also very elegant, with lush trees and exotic buildings. In this courtyard there were even two schools. One was an early childhood education school, and the other was a university. Of course, it would be impossible to expect it to occupy thousands of acres like China. The Meiqing University was obviously a Star Warrior school, and its target audience should be the young people of the right age from the elite families. There was only one teaching building, which could be said to have multiple functions. The students' classrooms, administrative offices, logistics warehouses, and so on were all gathered together. There was a martial arts arena outside the teaching building, which was probably for the practical lessons of the Star Warriors. At this moment, Jiang Shao and Second Last were sitting on a bench at the edge of the brightly lit arena, watching more than a dozen young people warming up. Jiang Shao had already reported all the information he had obtained to Second Last after the plane landed. Since then, Second Last didn't say anything else and simply got into the car with Jiang Shao. After entering the courtyard, Second Last did not mention where she was going to report and instead walked aimlessly. She finally stopped in the arena and sat on the bench. Jiang Shao did not disturb her. Although it had been a long time, he was willing to give her time to digest the matter of the alien ball. Jiang Shao silently sized up the group of foreign youths who were warming up and looked at their serious and focused expressions, as if he had seen the state that the young generation of a country should be in. Jiang Shao also asked himself what kind of state he would be in if he were to be born and live here, facing a broken country. After a long time, Second Last leaned back slightly and placed her hand on the back of the bench before turning to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and waited for her to speak, only to discover that she was looking past his shoulder and at a spot not far behind him. Jiang Shao followed her gaze and turned around, only to see a middle-aged couple standing far away outside the martial arts arena, watching the group of children train. Second Last said, "They're the ones you have to protect." The couple was about 47 or 48 years old. They were dressed formally and did not look like they were out for a stroll after dinner. Jiang Shao asked, "This couple?" "Yeah, this is an incredible family, Mr. and Mrs. Toka," Second Last said softly. "It's not just Minoa City." "Mr. and Mrs. Toka," Second Last gestured casually and raised a finger. Jiang Shao had no idea if she was referring to the sky or the number 1. Second Last continued, "His wife works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kongjin Republic and holds an important position. A large number of Chinese soldiers are stationed there to provide assistance and protection for Kongjin Republic. She's put in a lot of effort." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "They should both be busy people, right? They can't be working in the same place, right? How can I be a bodyguard? I can't split up at all." "Now that you mention it, I do seem to have a clone," Second Last said. "Such people shouldn't be in any danger. They have a lot of protection around them. Mrs. Toka contacted us and hoped that we could protect them." Second Last then turned around and gestured to the group of youths in the martial arts arena. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and think, "I was wondering why Second Last is watching a bunch of kids train. Turns out she's here." Second Last said softly, "The gloomiest one." Jiang Shao immediately saw a tall and skinny young man who had thick curly hair and was wearing a black singlet. He was focused on doing push-up. Jiang Shao said, "He looks very rebellious." Second last said, "Or maybe it's not rebellious but hatred." Jiang Shao asked, "What's his name?" Second last answered, "Beiyu Toka." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "I thought you asked me to protect the leader of Kongjin Republic." Second last said, "By protecting him, you'll be protecting the leader." Second last then tilted her head in the direction of Mr. and Mrs. Toka. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned, but he soon came to a sudden realization and said, "You mean..." Second last nodded and continued, "This is a very good opportunity, be it for you personally or for the relationship between the two countries. It's your turn to take on this mission, because Beiyu Toka has his own character." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "I can roughly imagine it." Second last shook her head and said, "It's not what you think." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" "He hates a lot of things himself, the people around him." Second last thought about it and added, "Everyone." Jiang Shao said with a pained expression, "I'm not a psychologist." Second last said, "Yes, you're a soldier." Jiang Shao was speechless and thought, "Okay, what else can I say? I'll complete the mission unconditionally." Second last said, "I used to think that Fu Hei was the only one who could stay by his side and protect him, but it's also because of his character and style of doing things that I'm afraid of causing trouble. It just so happens that you're here." Before Jiang Shao could say anything, second last continued, "This period of time is a period that the Toka family can't afford to have any trouble. You think that you're just protecting a second-generation heir of the provincial level, but maybe you'll be protecting the second-generation heir of the highest level in 10 days' time. Kongjin is very chaotic, so much so that you can't imagine it. Many levels here are in turmoil. There will be special methods and plans during special times. The affairs of their country are not something that you and I have to consider. All you need to know is that nothing can happen to Beiyu Toka." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "Okay, go through the enrollment procedures for me." Second last was speechless. What kind of weird brain circuit is this? Second last really didn't expect Jiang Shao to work from that perspective. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Why? Can't you handle such a small matter?" Second last took a deep breath and got her thoughts back. She said, "You can have one or more helpers to cooperate with you. It's up to you. Now is the time for you to look for people. The people in my 3 teams are all above average and I trust them enough. You can choose. If you don't make a decision in 10 seconds, I'll assume that you have to complete the mission alone." Jiang Shao said without hesitation, "Follow Mingming." Second last pondered for a while and said, "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes." Second last stood up and strode towards Mr. and Mrs. Toka. Jiang Shao caught up and added, "Besides, go through the enrollment procedures for her too." Second last was speechless. "Hello, soldier." Madame Toka opened her mouth with a smile. She spoke fluent Chinese with perfect pronunciation. Second last nodded and said, "Sir, madam." Mr. Toka remained silent, but he seemed rather gentle and didn't put on any airs. He was sizing Jiang Shao up. Mrs. Toka continued to smile and said, "It's hard to imagine that you actually found this young man. I can feel your sincerity and enthusiasm, but I didn't expect Jiang to be a soldier of the Guardians of the Night. Everyone in the world knows who you are. This poem, how many people can really do it?" Second last's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. "We will definitely complete the mission given to us by our superiors. From now on, he will stay here." Mrs. Toka extended her hand and Jiang Shao frantically reached out to shake it. Madame Toka patted Jiang Zhao's arm gently with the other hand as she said with an encouraging look, "This is a critical period. Thank you for coming. You young people always have common topics to talk about. If little Toka does something outrageous, please forgive him and help him." Jiang Shao nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Shao had never thought that Mrs. Toka would be so polite. At the same time, Jiang Shao also realized the difficulty of the mission. Perhaps she was a mother, but her status was still high after all. The Toka family definitely had a lot of resources. Couldn't they find a few powerful bodyguards? That was obviously impossible. Why did the mission fall into the hands of the Chinese army? The story would probably take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Perhaps it was just as second last said. That child hated everyone. However, was it really that simple? What kind of message did the Toka family send to the Chinese army to protect a young man with such an identity? Mr. Toka's first words were, "Perhaps he can make a friend." Due to his identity, Jiang Shao definitely wouldn't take that as an order. He simply took it as a wish. Jiang Shao said, "From the looks of it, everyone around him will be chased away in various ways." Mrs. Toka answered, "Little Toka is very prideful. He thinks that our actions are meaningless and that we're even belittling and disrespecting him." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "In that case, the way I stay by his side may be a little special. I hope the two of you don't mind." Mrs. Toka said with a gentle smile, "I believe in the Guardians of the Night and your ability to carry out the mission." Jiang Shao was speechless. "I'm so damn young. Have you ever considered that I don't understand what you're saying?" "I'm tired of hearing you say that," Jiang Shao immediately said. "Don't worry. Age was Jiang Zhao's greatest protection. Strength was Jiang Zhao's greatest source of confidence." Jiang Shao then took a step back and looked at second last before asking, "Can we carry out the mission now?" Slightly stunned, second last said, "Yes." Jiang Shao turned around and walked into the martial arts arena in front of her parents. The youths who had already finished their warm-up and were preparing for the next event stopped and watched as the gaudy young man in a hoodie strode towards them. Jiang Shao threw his school bag on the ground and spoke in impure Russian. "Me. Jiang Xiaopi. Transfer student. The procedures will be done tomorrow." All the students were speechless. Jiang Shao looked at the students and ignored the practical teacher. He said, "Let's get down to business tonight. In the future I'll be the leader of the school. Come and fight me if you're unhappy." The students were in an uproar, and the martial arts arena finally had a lively atmosphere. Mr. and Mrs. Toka were speechless. Second last was speechless. Apex. Chapter 719. As soon as Jiang Zhao's words fell, the arena fell into silence. To be honest, Jiang Shao was a little unconfident. Of course, it was not because of his lack of confidence in his strength, but because he was worried that his Russian was not up to standard. After all, Konkind had its own national language, and their Russian was only their second language. However, looking at the students' indignant expressions, at least some of them understood. Jiang Shao hated that he did not bring his sword. There were some in stock in the Shadow Ruins, but when he came here, he had to catch a plane back to the capital. So, he did not take out his sword along the way. Otherwise, it would be better to point it at their noses. Jiang Shao realized that although they all looked angry and dissatisfied, they still had a backbone. The extremely gloomy young man was obviously one of them. Jiang Shao, however, was amused. He said, "Not just anyone can challenge me. Call out your strongest. The loser eats dirt." Jiang Shao stuttered and did not translate the last 4 words clearly. In the end, he could only translate it a few levels lower and directly said, "The loser eats dirt, If I translate it, it feels like it's missing something. After all, it was not only the loser who ate dirt in China. The ordinary people who went to work, went to school, and lived a normal life, after receiving their salary, they would eat fish and meat for the first 3 days and then the next 27 days. A girl jumped and cursed. She pointed at Jiang Zhao's nose and said, "Where did this brat come from? How dare you yell at Minoa University? This is the best university in Konkind, and only 67 people are recruited here. They are the best of the best of the best. You brat." Jiang Shao said, "Shut up. Just do it." The girl was of European descent, and to be honest, she was quite beautiful. The truth was just as she said. Even though Conkind was in shambles, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This was the most elite and top-notch school in Conkind, and the students were the children of the most elite families in Conkind. There was no need to doubt the conditions in all aspects. The girl was clearly hot-tempered. She whipped out a long whip and lashed it at Jiang Xiao. Whoosh! Everyone felt their vision blur, and Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared next to the girl, kicking her waist with one leg. Ah! The girl screamed miserably, her voice getting further and further away. From the martial arts arena, she flew directly towards the direction of the shady path in the distance, and crashed head first into a large tree. Hiss! My God! After a series of gasps, Jiang Xiao said, "Carry them away! Carry them away!" Next. In fact, the girl did not suffer too much damage. At most, she was kicked in the waist. After a little healing, she would be able to jump around again. However, the degree of injury was one thing. The key thing was that this scene was very scary. Jiang Zhao's star technique was indeed too strange. Caught her off guard and caught her off guard. With a flash, he caught her off guard. If she had really been prepared and fought in a proper manner, the girl wouldn't have been so miserable. In the end, she was also one of the elite. The proud young men and women stared at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment, wondering where he came from. Jiang Xiao vaguely heard people whispering to each other. Jiang Xiao heard the Chinese word, Jiang, and it seemed that someone had already recognized the world champion. If Jiang Xiao had come with a sword, he believed that more people would have been able to recognize him immediately. Jiang Xiao said, "No? If not, I'll be the leader. Breakfast tomorrow. You give me. Lunch you give me." While speaking, Jiang Xiao casually pointed at two students. The young men's faces were already sullen to begin with, and now, they looked even more sullen. At the side, the practical teacher couldn't help but speak up. He was well aware of what kind of students he was teaching. They were either the children of high-ranking officials or wealthy families. In fact, many of them were from families with real power. As a practical teacher of the University of America, he would definitely be implicated if the students were provoked in class. The male teacher in his early 40s looked at Jiang Xiao and spoke fluent Russian. "Who dares to be so rash here? What a scandal!" Shin Tataya's translation. To everyone's bewilderment, Jiang Xiao was not only scolding the students, but also the teacher. Jiang Xiao pointed at the practical teacher and said, "I told you that I'm the leader. Do you think you can run away? Do you think I didn't include you in this group? If you're indignant, come and fight me." Ka Tua and his wife were speechless. Second last clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "Jiang Xiao." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Second last's face was sullen and she exclaimed, "That's the teacher." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and looked at the middle-aged teacher awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding, I got carried away." The practical teacher was speechless. Jiang Xiao waved his hand casually and said, "Adults, don't interrupt the children when they're talking." The practical teacher was bewildered. Jiang Xiao looked at the dozens of students again and said, "No one's coming out. It's settled then. From tomorrow onward, I'll be the leader until the day I leave. You guys have to listen to me. Of course, I'm not being unreasonable. If anyone bullies you, tell me and I'll settle it for you." As Jiang Xiao finished speaking, the dozens of students were clearly divided into two factions and each looked at a young student. The young man was obviously the son of Toka's wife. As for the other group of people, they were looking at a young woman. Jiang Xiao immediately found out about the factions and their leaders. University was half of society. However, the so-called half of society was built on the foundation of peace and prosperity in China. There were too many rules in Conquejind that were different from those in China. There were too many other factors in the elite Star Warriors University, and it could not be compared to ordinary universities in peaceful countries. You. Both of you. Jiang Shao changed his style and pointed at the man and woman. You guys seem to be the hope of the entire village. Who's up? To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the girl smiled shyly and shook her head at Jiang Shao. She then sat on the ground and hugged her knees while sizing Jiang Shao up with a playful look in her eyes. The girl was a typical Turan person who seemed to be of mixed Eastern and Western blood. She had a hint of gentleness and charm that was unique to the East, which was more in line with the aesthetic standards of the Chinese. Jiang Shao imprinted her face in his mind and turned to look at the young man. Why don't you give it a try? Huff! The young man stood up abruptly and the surrounding students applauded and cheered loudly. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, the young man had a lot of people supporting him. The young man flicked his black curly hair and said with a sullen gaze, "World champion, huh? You know me? That's great. Remember to prepare the money for lunch tomorrow." Although he said that, Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and gestured for the young man to compete in the middle of the field. Finally, the main character had arrived. Beiyu Katua held 2 daggers in his hands and walked forward. He said in a deep voice, "I just didn't have the chance to participate. Your title should have been mine." The 2 daggers in his hands were very special. Rather than calling them daggers, they were more like short thorns. The length of the short thorns was about the same as the length of the hilt, and there seemed to be an exquisite mechanism on the hilt. The short thorns were not held in his hands. Instead, they were tied to his forearm and hidden in his sleeve. "Oh friend, you are wrong." Jiang Shao chuckled and shook his head. "There is nothing in this world that should belong to you. Money, status, life, and dignity." Following Jiang Zhao's words, the cheering and excited young men quietened down. Jiang Shao spread his hands and took 2 steps back. He stood at the side of the field and said, "What others give you will never be yours." Beiyu Tuo's eyes widened and he held the short thorns in his hands tightly. In the distance, Mr. Tua was still calm and his expression did not change. However, Mrs. Tuo's expression was slightly stiff. Jiang Shao said, "I heard that you hate everything in this world. You hate everyone." Beiyu Tuo's body trembled slightly. For so many years, no one had spoken to him like that. No one had said such words in front of so many people. There are too many people who love me, but I lack people who hate me. Jiang Shao hooked his finger at Beiyu Tua. "Come. Hate me. Face me directly." Beiyu Tuo's body suddenly emitted waves of cold air. His eyes were cold and sharp as he bent his legs slightly. Bang! Diamond silence, specialized in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Cough. Beiyu Tuo's body stiffened. The star power in his body completely exploded, as if his body was about to explode. He felt a sweetness in his throat and his body reacted by coughing. However, he did not cough. Instead, he vomited a small mouthful of blood. Bang! The moment Beiyu Tuo's body froze, a figure appeared in front of him. As sharp as he was, he immediately raised his hand to resist. For a star warrior of Jiang Zhao's level, half a second of hesitation and pause was enough to determine life and death. Fortunately, Jiang Shao was a bodyguard and not an assassin. It's just that this bodyguard's path is a little off. Jiang Shao punched Beiyu Tuo's right rib. Beiyu's body reaction had already been calculated by Jiang Shao. At the moment when Beiyu's body bent slightly, Jiang Shao hit Beiyu's jaw with his left elbow and sent him flying out of the martial arts arena. Jiang Shao was secretly speechless. The effect of confinement was too obvious. Even though Jiang Shao came prepared and tried his best to deliberately increase his speed, he still realized that the speed of his punches and elbows had become slower, let alone Beiyu, who had raised his hand to block. Without any preparation, his speed was still relatively slow in the eyes of a star warrior like Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also realized that he was a little careless. Damn it! Why is this domain of silence so uncomfortable? I feel like vomiting blood. Oh? Huh! Amidst the exclamations of the students, the world war that they thought had ended before it even began, Jiang Shao quickly chased after Beiyu. Under the slightly worried gaze of Mrs. Katua, Jiang Shao pounced on Beiyu. Beiyu was indeed capable. Under the chaotic state of the star power in his body and the heavy blow, he laid on the ground and secretly held a short spike in his right hand. Swoosh! Jiang Shao grabbed his wrist with one hand. Kacha. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Shao had already restrained Beiyu's assassination, but Jiang Shao seemed to be helping his opponent. He grabbed Beiyu's wrist and forcefully stabbed it towards Jiang Zhao's forehead. The short spike made a crisp ding sound and pierced Jiang Zhao's forehead. However, it did not cause Jiang Shao any harm. Instead, it shattered. Beiyu was speechless. Jiang Shao casually flung his wrist away, and the broken spike was also flung away. Jiang Shao sat on his stomach and hammered his chest with one hand. From now on, before I leave, you're welcome to challenge me and regain your dignity. I live in this military compound. At this point, Jiang Shao turned to look at Second Last and asked, "Where do I live?" Second Last was speechless. Jiang Shao blinked and thought, "Say something?" Second Last said, "I'll arrange it later." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said awkwardly, "I'll tell you where I live later. You can defeat me or even assassinate me if you want. I'll stay here and I won't go anywhere." Jiang Shao leaned over and patted Beiyu's chest gently. Full of encouragement, he said, "Remember, you have to work hard alone. What others help you, what they give you, none of it is your own. Don't treat each other like fools." How could Beiyu not find out about Jiang Zhao's identity? How long could he hide his identity as a bodyguard? Hundreds and thousands of experts had been rejected and chased away by Beiyu in various ways. He even threatened his family and threatened them with death. Mrs. Ka-Tua would never have thought that Beiyu would use such a unique method to tie little Ka-Tua together with him. Didn't we agree to be friends? This development, is he the prince's bodyguard? No, he should be the toxic healer's assassin. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 720. 3 days later, in the classroom, Jiang Shao was listening to the class while flipping through the books. The sound of him flipping through the books attracted the teasing and laughter of the students. The world champion had indeed given the group of elite students a show of strength. However, compared to how Jiang Shao was when he was arrogant, he was now filled with confusion, anxiety, and was frantically flipping through the books. He actually gave off, a particularly silly and adorable feeling? This contrast was a little too great. Jiang Shao had not had an easy time in the past few days. This was indeed an elite school, and Jiang Shao really wanted to infiltrate the school to see what they were learning. However, they were teaching in the local language of Kangjind, and Jiang Shao felt like he was listening to the heavenly book. This school was also different from ordinary universities. The students and classes here were fixed, which made Jiang Shao feel like he was back in high school. The teachers took turns lecturing, and even the seats of the students were fixed. At this moment, a teacher was introducing star pets to the students. Jiang Shao looked at the heavenly book. Fortunately, there were still pictures in the book, and they were painted. Jiang Shao could barely understand what the teacher was talking about. Jiang Shao placed the heavenly book on his left and the Konghan dictionary on his right. He flipped through the books and tried to figure out the meaning of the words. To be honest, Jiang Shao quite liked this little star pet. It was like a hummingbird and was so small that it was not even the size of a baby's palm. Its body was only 6 or 7 centimeters long, but it had a long beak that was curled up and coiled up. It looked magical. "Oh?" Jiang Shao exclaimed softly. "Found it. Mosquito bird? Mosquito bird? Is this the right translation? Is this its name? Why is it called mosquito bird?" Jiang Shao did not care about going to class anymore. He was going all out with this star pet today. The more Jiang Shao looked at the translation, the more disgusted he felt. This little guy turned out to be a vampire bird that especially liked to suck human blood. After humans were bitten by the mosquito bird, a particularly large bump would appear on their skin. A medical star warrior would have to treat and detoxify it in time. Otherwise, they would be extremely itchy for a long period of time. The mosquito bird's curled-up beak was like a mosquito coil. It could be stretched out to a length of 15 to 18 centimeters, longer than its own body. Its long beak could pierce into a human's internal organs and suck blood, causing the internal organs to deform, swell, and lose their normal functions, causing the target to struggle to death in endless pain. Jiang Shao couldn't help but get goosebumps. This damn bird is so poisonous. While Jiang Shao was sighing, he heard the sound of clicking their tongues and even a few whistles coming from the class. Jiang Shao looked up, only to see a tall and slender figure. Ho Mingming. Ho Ming was not a particularly beautiful girl, but she had an excellent temperament, especially after going through the tempering of a real battlefield. At this moment, she was like a small sun, radiating light in all directions. She had a pair of bright eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a ponytail. Dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, she stood quietly on the podium, sizing up the crowd with an air of arrogance. A teacher beside Ho Mingming was introducing something, but Jiang Shao couldn't understand it at all. After the teacher was done, Ho Mingming stepped down from the podium and headed straight to the back of the classroom. It turned out that Jiang Shao was just being a little overbearing with his words. In fact, he didn't do anything overbearing. For example, he didn't really ask anyone for lunch money, nor did he hog seat. The classroom was very spacious and could accommodate more than 100 people. However, there were only 33 students in this class, and the students all had their own fixed seat. Jiang Zhao's seat was at the back of the classroom. Actually, Jiang Shao still preferred to sit in the second last row by the window. After all, that was the seat of the real protagonist. However, there was already someone there. Besides, the young man was extremely handsome and had the potential to be the protagonist. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't disturb him. Ho Mingming strode over and stood beside Jiang Zhao's table. She lowered her head and looked at him quietly. Jiang Shao also looked up at Ho Mingming, but neither of them spoke. After a while, Jiang Shao asked in his hometown dialect, "What are you looking at?" Ho Mingming was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. No one would be able to stand being stared at by such a chick. Ho Mingming slowly leaned over and placed her hands on Jiang Zhao's desk. She stared straight at Jiang Shao and said in a deep voice, "I'm a soldier. I should be on the battlefield." It was obvious that she was already controlling her emotions because she was communicating with Jiang Shao. She was being considerate and sentimental. Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "You're a soldier. You should be wherever your commanding officer asks you to be." Ho Mingming's gaze was a little gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Perhaps, in her mind, she had already dismembered Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao shifted to the side and reached out to pat the stool. "Sit." Ho Mingming remained stubborn and didn't react or move at all. Jiang Shao said, "This is an order." "Heh." Ho Mingming took a deep breath and sat down slowly with a trembling voice. Jiang Shao whispered, "How's your Kongkinder language standard after carrying out missions here for so long?" Ho Mingming casually replied with a smack. The Star Beast textbook was slapped in front of Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao picked up the pen and pointed at the string of words and symbols below the picture of the mosquito bird. "What does this say?" Ho Mingming answered straightforwardly, "I don't know." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Didn't you say Aren't you still okay?" Ho Mingming added, "I only know how to speak the language. I don't know how to read." Jiang Shao was almost suffocated by Ho Mingming's answer. Looking at how matter-of-factly Ho Mingming looked, Jiang Shao gave her a thumbs up and said, "You've really made Star Warriors University proud." Ho Mingming turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "Are there any other questions, junior brother?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Humph! Mingming turned his head and raised his chin arrogantly. Smack! A Kongkinder language dictionary was slapped on Ho Mingming's desk again. Investigate. You're not allowed to eat if you don't find out. Ho Mingming was about to flare up when she heard Jiang Shao say, "This is an order." Ho Mingming suddenly had the urge to flip the table. In fact, she had already done so in her mind. Officer Second Last had indeed made it clear and repeatedly emphasized that she had to listen to Jiang Zhao's commands. Even without Second Last's instructions, Jiang Shao was still one of Ho Mingming's officers since he was a member of the Tail Feather team. During dinner, the two of them sat in a corner of the school cafeteria while Jiang Shao was stuffing himself with food. At this moment, Ho Mingming was focused on reading the book and writing something on it from time to time. Ho Mingming suddenly said, "The biological name of the mosquito bird is the mosquito bird. Its wings can flap at an extremely fast speed, up to 80 times per second. That allows them to stay in the air and even fly backward. Some mosquito birds have the star technique stubborn disease, which can make the bites of the mosquito bird more painful and itchy and last longer. The one that can really be a star pet is the mosquito bird king. The mosquito bird is only a brass quality creature. Due to the fact that it is relatively weak, most of them don't produce star bead. The mosquito bird king is a silver quality creature that can summon a flock of mosquito birds. They live in a dimensional space called the Dead Water Forest, which is a unique dimensional space in West Asia and Central South America. Recently, due to the frequent occurrence of dimensional spaces in Central Asia, this trend has begun to spread to West Asia. The residents there are suffering because there are more and more dead water forest spaces in West Asia. Jiang Shao held a bowl of beef persimmon soup and suddenly lost his appetite. This creature is so disgusting. Why did the creator create such a thing? Ho Mingming whispered while reading the book, "There's a young man who's been watching you and doesn't hide his hatred for you." Jiang Shao took a sip of the soup and said, "He's the target we have to protect." "Beiyu? Ka Tua?" Stunned for a moment, Ho Mingming asked, "What did you do to him?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Guess." Ho Mingming glanced at Beiyu Ka Tua again, only to see that his gaze was extremely sullen and filled with hatred. Ho Mingming speculated, "Did you heal him in public?" Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "Ho Mingming, you're so vicious." Ho Mingming closed the book and picked up a fork. She picked up a piece of steak and said with a disdainful expression, "These people eat quite well." For Ho Mingming, who had been fighting all over the place, it was good enough to have food to eat. After all, Ho Mingming's team was a top team, and the logistics were quite good. The local soldiers of Kongkind, the low-level soldiers, did not have enough to eat. As for these children, they lived a luxurious life. Ho Mingming might not have felt anything in the past, but now. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, Okay, hurry up and eat. I'll take you to your place later." Ho Mingming asked, "Why me?" "Jiang Shao, huh?" Ho Mingming's expression was serious and solemn as she said, "There are many good people. Why me?" Jiang Shao casually said, "I haven't seen you in a long time, so I wanted to see how you've been." "Without me, how have you been?" As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's tone became more intonated. Clearly, he was rather stunned after hearing it. What was this? Why did he start singing as he spoke? Jiang Shao suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Have you reached the threshold of Star Sea?" Ho Mingming snapped back to her senses, and a unique arrogance slowly appeared on her face. Her eyes were bright and she was in high spirits. "Of course." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said, "Are you very knowledgeable about your Bao star map?" Ho Mingming nodded and said, "Of course." Jiang Shao rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "I remember your Bao star map. It's not just a black and shiny bow. There are also short thorns on both ends of the bow, right?" Ho Mingming asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly so interested in my star map?" "Why am I interested in your star map?" Because I want a bow for my next star map. Jiang Shao could choose the rules star map or the melee bow star map. However, in comparison, the rules star map would definitely be more difficult to turn into a weapon. First of all, Jiang Shao only had one chance to be enlightened. Jiang Shao planned to leave the Big Dipper star map for it to turn into a weapon. Hence, to Jiang Shao, the bow was almost equivalent to a giant sword. He had a clear direction to work towards and could improve on his own to turn a star into a weapon. Besides, there was an option for archery proficiency in the internal star map. That ensured that Jiang Zhao's plan was foolproof. Jiang Shao chose to become Ho Mingming's teammate because he wanted to study his second star map. Since he had no choice but to waste time here to carry out the mission, Jiang Shao planned to make the best use of all resources. Clearly, to Jiang Shao, studying the next star map would be more beneficial. Ho Mingming should feel honored to be treated as a tool by the toxic healer. Jiang Shao rubbed his chin and looked at the curious tool in front of him. Ahem. Ho Mingming. Sister P. Become a sacrifice. Let's fight for the glorious cause of the toxic healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 721. At night in the Katua residence. The Katua family was really not comparable to ordinary rich and powerful families. In the military compound, the Katua family's residence occupied a large area and was heavily guarded. Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming were arranged to stay on the first floor of the central mansion. Although it was a mansion, it was not like a residential building in China. It could barely be considered a large villa. It had 3 floors and was extremely luxurious. There was a word that could describe such buildings perfectly: residences. In the huge independent building, Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming were arranged to stay in the guest rooms on the east side of the first floor. There were many guest rooms there, and Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming became neighbors. At night, Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming discussed the bow and arrow star map for a long time before Ho Mingming returned to her room to rest. After taking a shower, Jiang Shao lay on the bed and fantasized about his bow and arrow star map before falling asleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the wee hours of the morning, there was complete silence in the residence. A slight vibration sound came from the window, and a little bird flew in. Jiang Shao, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, had a keen sense of smell even if he did not have any perception-type star technique. He opened his eyes abruptly. Whoosh! At the door, a tall, dark figure got into a posture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Under the night lights outside the window, his eyes seemed to be glistening. Jiang Shao crawled on the bed, shifted his butt, and turned on the table lamp, only to see Ho Mingming, who was dressed in a white nightgown, standing at the door of the bedroom and staring at the top of the bedside table. Jiang Shao looked in the direction of her gaze, only to see that a little fellow had been shot and was nailed into the wall by a black arrow. Pa! The tail feather arrow exploded and turned into a cloud of black mist. The bird that was nailed into the wall also fell down. Jiang Shao waved his hand to disperse the black mist, lifted the blanket, and got off the bed. Jiang Shao pinched the brown feathers of the bird and picked it up. It looked like a small sparrow. This little fellow was only 6 to 7 centimeters long. It was tiny and covered in brown feathers. From head to tail, its color gradually changed from dark brown to light brown. What was strange was that it had a long and flexible beak that coiled around itself like a mosquito coil. Ew! Jiang Shao could not help but let out a sound of disdain as goosebumps appeared on his skin. He had just learned this lesson today and knew what this fellow was like. Mosquitoes! At the door, Ho Mingming, who was wearing a nightgown and had her hair coiled up, said softly, "This thing is produced in South America and West Asia. Its body is relatively fragile and its ability to survive is relatively weak. This is also the reason why it has not spread across the world." Jiang Shao pinched the wings of the mosquito and tossed it into the trash can. What do you mean? Ho Mingming said, it doesn't have the ability to fly all the way here. Ha! Jiang Shao laughed and said, I get it now. That kid is a little cunning. Then, she glanced at the window and pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. She seemed to have made up her mind. Her right hand unnaturally tugged at the straps of her nightdress and turned to leave. I'm going to bed. Her unnatural expression and the rather obvious action of concealing her emotions were enough for Jiang Shao to see a lot of things. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's attention was not there at all. Otherwise, he would have been able to tell that Ho Mingming wanted to say something but was hesitant. Jiang Shao was still looking down at the creature in the trash can. As he looked, he could not help but shiver. It was Beiyu Ka Tua. How dare you play this game with me? Did I just learn it in the morning and it comes in handy at night? Jiang Shao originally thought that this country was so dilapidated and did not have any strength. But now it seemed that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Or perhaps this Ka Tua family was very strong? Jiang Shao realized that he had to change his way of thinking. As a Chinese, Jiang Shao had always adhered to the creed of, when the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. However, Weiguo was different from China. The system was different, and the way of survival and development was also different. Although it was not a big deal to use one day to do this, as it was just transporting a mosquito from West Asia to this place, it should be known that the entire Central and West Asia were not peaceful. On the contrary, there were wars everywhere. Who would have the leisure to care about such a trivial matter? This should be able to show to some extent that the Ka Tua family had a great influence here. At least many people would give Beiyu Ka Tua face. As for giving this young man face, it was obviously because of his parents and family. If the Ka Tua couple knew about this, it was really unknown what would happen. Ho Mingming walked out of the big bedroom, walked through the living room, and finally walked out of the door. However, she stopped at the door. Obviously, she was hesitating. After a few seconds, Ho Mingming's lips curled up. She closed the door and stepped on the soft carpet, walking towards her room. Jiang Shao carefully studied the mosquito for a long time. In the end, he decided not to look at it anymore. He turned off the table lamp and crawled into the still warm bed. After an unknown amount of time, in a daze, Jiang Shao heard a buzzing sound again. Real. Like mosquito. See. One. Like annoyance. Human. Jiang Shao sat up and turned off the table lamp. He followed the direction of the sound and looked towards the window. He found that a light breeze was blowing against the curtains, and the buzzing sound was getting louder and louder. Jiang Shao. The next moment, a bunch of mosquitoes flew in through the window. Jiang Zhao's mouth was wide open. What the hell? There were probably more than 20 of them? Jiang Shao rolled backwards, and with the charm of a humming bear, he flipped off the bed and sat on the ground. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just this sound alone was enough to give people goosebumps, not to mention the mosquitoes that were flying towards them. Jiang Shao hurriedly crawled under the bed, his heart pounding. This is too King exciting. I love this kind of life. Immediately after, Jiang Shao flashed out of the window and arrived outside the mansion. He saw a familiar figure holding a cloth bag in his hand. He had opened the bag and was still pouring mosquitoes into the window. Jiang Shao flashed to his side, only to see him throw away the cloth bag and adjust the rapier hidden in his sleeve. He seemed to be preparing for battle. Jiang Shao asked softly in Russian, "Will this plan work?" Beiyu did not even turn around. She humphed coldly and replied in Russian, "Of course, the mosquitoes won't kill him, but they'll anger him. They'll make him upset. He'll be exhausted. There will always be times when he's angry. Once he loses his rationality, he'll show flaws." Jiang Shao said weakly, "What if he gets angry and kills you?" Beiyu turned her head abruptly. "Kill me? How many guts do I have?" Yu's eyes suddenly widened and she looked dumbfounded. Under the gentle breeze, her head of curly hair looked a little cute. Jiang Shao suddenly squatted down and carried Yu. Through the window, he barged into the bedroom. Life is so short, why do you still want to take shortcuts? Yu was speechless. Whoosh! The window shattered and two figures barged into the bedroom. The next moment, there was a flash of swords and the mosquitoes were flying everywhere. Under the dim table lamp, in the room where the strange birds were flying everywhere, the two figures were like martial arts masters, exchanging blows and having fun. Such a loud noise had already attracted the guards of the mansion. In fact, Yu's previous actions had already been seen by the guards, but they did not dare to disturb him. But now, the quiet mansion was in chaos, and battle cries pierced through the night sky. As a ray of holy light descended, the guards outside the window and at the door all had a strange expression on their faces. They saw their young master trembling and screaming strangely. His body tilted slightly and he fell to the ground. Jiang Zhao's ground techniques were not to be trifled with. He pounced on Yu and everyone felt their vision blur. All of Jiang Zhao's fancy techniques had finally turned into simple combat technique. The simple and practical Kimura lock formed instantly. Not only did he control Yu's body, but he also used Yu as a blanket and covered his body diagonally. Yu struggled crazily, his body leaning against Jiang Zhao's body. His right arm, which was controlled by the reverse joint, pressed his body down and imprisoned his body. He couldn't break free at all, nor could he get up. Jiang Shao controlled Yu tightly and looked at the mosquitoes flying around the room. He said softly, "Lower your voice, don't scare them. Whoa, they're here. They're here." The mosquitoes, they were indeed here. "Ah!" Yu roared. "Damn it, he actually sent me into the mouths of the mosquitoes like a piece of tender meat." Yu's body was covered in frost, and the temperature in the room dropped drastically. "Ah!" The angry roar turned into a comfortable squeal. The mosquitoes' movements were slightly hindered, but they flapped their wings and flew up again. They were probably really hungry. A few had already landed on Yu's back. Their curled long beaks stretched out and pierced into Yu's clothes. A few landed on Jiang Zhao's body, and one even landed on Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and chased away the mosquitoes and birds. Due to the movement of the ground, his legs were wrapped around Yu's waist. Although Blessing had controlled Yu, the memories in his mind and the habitual muscle memory made Jiang Shao not loosen his legs and continue to wrap his arms around Yu's waist tightly. Therefore, the mosquitoes flapped their wings and stopped in midair, their long beaks piercing Jiang Zhao's calf. Ding! Ding! The mosquitoes were about to cry. Why couldn't they pierce through? Isn't this skin? Isn't this meat? Why does it look like an iron plate? Under the obstruction of the diamond endurance, the mosquitoes could only fly towards the human flesh blanket covering Jiang Zhao's body. No one knew when, but Ho Mingming had also walked back. She stood at the door with the guards and watched this strange battle. The guards really wanted to help, but Ka Tuo and his wife had already told them everything. They also knew that this guy who seemed to want to hurt Little Master was actually a bodyguard like them. However, this bodyguard, his working style was a little strange. However, there was one good thing. Ever since this bodyguard was stationed here, Little Master rarely jumped over the wall and ran out of the military compound. He even rarely ran out of Ka Tuo's residence in the middle of the night. He would run home after school for a few days. He was so obedient that no one knew what he was planning. Today, the guards finally had an eye-opener and knew Little Master's plan. Although this plan was a little off track, the mosquitoes were happy and sucked until their small stomachs were bloated. Big bumps bulged on Yu's skin one after another. Jiang Shao sent Blessing over and over again, constantly healing Yu, clearing the poison, ensuring that his internal organs were quickly healed and restored. He was crazily pumping life force into Beiyu, not allowing any accidents to happen to him. The more Homingming watched, the more terrified she felt. This was too damn evil. This was too vicious. It was a life worse than death, hovering between life and death. Finally, the mosquitoes were full and stopped working. Under the light beam of blessing, Beiyu's body was full of bumps. His body felt itchy and comfortable. In the end, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He couldn't stand the best in the world and fell asleep in a daze. Jiang Shao let go of Beiyu and waved his hand casually. Disperse, disperse. I'll keep watch. Nothing will go wrong. As he spoke, Jiang Shao cast another blessing on Beiyu to help him recover his life force and heal his internal organs. The guards looked at each other. Most of them left, leaving only a few to guard the living room and the window. At the door, Homingming crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame. She had a strange smile on her face as she said, "Clean up?" Jiang Shao looked at the mosquitoes in the room, who were full and standing together. They were warming up and closing their eyes to take a nap. Jiang Shao nodded. These little guys were really strange. They didn't even run. Did they really think they were beneficial insects? After sucking other people's blood, they gathered together and slept on the spot? Homingming exerted strength on his shoulders and used the rebound of the door frame to stand up straight. He pulled the bow and shot an arrow. What about him? What do you plan to do next? After the arrow was shot, the mosquitoes that gathered together immediately woke up. They panicked and flew around, but they couldn't escape from Homingming's palm. Their bodies were all pierced by the arrow. Jiang Shao grinned and grabbed Beiyu's body, tossed her onto the bed, and muttered, "What else can I do? What else can I do? I still forgive him like a father in the end." Homingming was speechless. Chapter 722. 10 days later, at night, in the mountains behind Ka-Tua residence, Homingming held the bow and arrow in her hand, maintaining the posture of drawing the bow and arrow. Her eyes were closed, and the star map of the bow and arrow blossomed in front of her, as if she was carefully experiencing something. Jiang Shao crossed his arms and stood beside her, staring intently at the star map in front of Homingming. "Ying-ying." Not far away, the Ying-ying bear's coquettish voice came. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see an elderly man and a few middle-aged men on the grass not far away. They were tempting the humming bear to play with them through gourmet food. There were more than 20 people in the Huaxia expert group. At this time, there were more than 10 people surrounding the black and white candle bear. Some of them were recording the whole process, and some were writing in their notebooks. Their attitude alone was admirable. Jiang Shao recognized the granny who was playing with the bear. She was Dilian, a person who lived in textbook. In China, the name Dilian was a name that could not be avoided when discussing the Star Warrior domain or anything related to it. Even if you didn't know this person, as long as you open the Star Beast Encyclopedia, or the Star Beast Encyclopedia, in high school and looked for the chief editor column, you would also see the two words Dilian. He was not only an astral beast researcher, but also an educator. When the experts from Huaxia entered Ka-Tuo's residence, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded when he saw the portrait that had appeared on the exam paper. The highly respected elder was actually standing in front of him, looking kind and amiable. He even shared a table with Jiang Shao and seized all the time to understand the black-white candle flame, the bamboo bear, and the combination of the two, the black-white candle bear. Homingming whispered, "It's been so many days. What have they come up with?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know, but Ms. D seems to have a good relationship with Humming Bear. For the sake of Ms. D, Humming Bear can even play with her without sleeping." Homingming smiled and said, "Keep an eye on him." Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Homingming, only to see that her star map was slowly glowing. Following which, the ordinary bow in her hand was covered with a pitch-black luster. Just like the star map that blossomed in front of her chest, The bow in her hand was not only shiny black, but it was also dripping with specks of starlight, making it look like a fantasy. Ho Mingming softly praised, "Your idea is correct. Peak of the celestial river realm can transform the stars into martial art." Yes. Although Ho Mingming still couldn't summon the star map directly, she could use the bow and arrows she already had to cover the star map on the weapon in her hand. After that, the bamboo arrow on the string was also covered with a pitch-black luster. Ho Mingming abruptly opened her eyes, and her long, black ponytail danced with the astral energy waves. That pair of beautiful eyes was dyed with a pitch-black luster, and there were no longer any whites in her eyes, making her look somewhat frightening. "Oh, Shrimpy!" Ho Mingming sighed softly and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The pitch-black bamboo arrow was extremely fast. It pierced through the night sky and nailed itself into a large tree far away. At the next moment, with the tip of the arrow as the center, the pitch-black luster spread in all directions, continuously eroding and polluting the large tree. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant tree turned into a tree that was gradually withering. The tree that was infected by the black luster became dry and withered, while the leaves that were stained by the black luster gradually decayed. After a full 30 seconds, the tree became an anomaly in the deep forest. It was pitch black and extremely strange. "Oh, little Shrimpy!" Ho Mingming muttered in amazement. Once again, he knocked his bow and shot an arrow. This time, it was an ordinary arrow. As the bamboo arrow shot out, whoosh! The bamboo arrow pierced through the large tree. Not only did it pierce through the tree, but the entire tree also shattered like pieces of ashes. Under the blowing of the night wind, the ashes fell all over the sky. Ho Mingming turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. She wanted to say some words of gratitude, but the habits that she had developed since she was young and her unique personality made her unfamiliar with the word, "thank you." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It seems that your star conversion martial arts has its own corruption effect." "That's not a good word," Ho Mingming said softly. "Change it." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. Indeed, in modern Chinese, corruption was rarely used to refer to the decay of objects. Most of the time, it referred to the depravity of human behavior. Jiang Shao asked then, "Wither? Wither?" Ho Mingming's eyes lit up, seemingly liking that word because it matched the characteristics of her star map. Ho Mingming said, "This is a star map that you and I developed together. Let's call it the wither characteristic." There were indeed all sorts of strange star techniques. Until now, no one seemed to have discovered any star techniques that were similar to wither. Ho Mingming's arrow was likely to make up for a gap in the star technique attributes of the human star map. Perhaps Ho Mingming and Jiang Shao hadn't realized it yet, but it was a huge matter for human society. That scene attracted the attention of the team of experts in the distance. The eyes of the scholars glistened as they regarded Ho Mingming as some kind of star beast. Jiang Shao ignored the burning gazes. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "The bow of withering? Are you sure you want this special bow star map? Or should I look for other bow star maps to see the characteristics of other archers' star map?" Ho Mingming turned around and shot another arrow. She said softly, "When I figure out the meaning of the short blade at the tip of the bow, I might be able to summon the Star Warrior when I'm at the peak of the galaxy." "Okay." Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and continued, "Indeed, you're just relying on your archery skills to summon the star map to cover your weapon. However, if you want to turn star into martial arts at this stage, I'm afraid you'll have to practice archery." Ho Mingming asked, "Archery?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "I'm just spouting nonsense. How are you going to use the short blades at both ends of the bow? Anyway, I've never seen anyone who uses such weapons in melee combat. You can only figure it out yourself." Ho Mingming nodded matter-of-factly. Jiang Shao looked at her bow star map and continued, "Maybe there are other characteristics of your star into martial arts, but you can't use more of them now. Ho Mingming licked her lips excitedly and asked, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Shao pointed at her star map and said, "Isn't it obvious? Look at how mighty your star map is. This bow is huge and thick. It's obviously a heavy weapon in the bow. Look at your bow that's covered in color. It's thin and small. Apart from the similar color and the droplets of starlight, there's a huge difference in appearance." Okay. Ho Mingming did not refute anything. Instead, she maintained her posture and quietly felt the bow in her hand and the star map in front of her. By the way, Jiang Shao seemed to have thought of something and said, "I heard that Mr. Katoa is going to make a big move in 3 days?" "Yes." Ho Mingming placed her right hand on her chin and looked into the distance. She then said softly, "It's going to be an important meeting. Although the outcome has already been decided, the people of Conkind should know clearly that Conkind is going to change." Jiang Shao sighed helplessly. He was not interested in those things at all. He just wanted to know when he could go home. "Second last hasn't found any traces of those rascals yet?" "No," Ho Mingming answered straightforwardly. "Okay." Jiang Shao pulled out the bow from his back and said, "Let's go to class, Teacher Ho." Ho Mingming said, "I've said this many times. Your foundation is very solid. I don't know what else to tell you." Jiang Shao put the arrow on the bow and said, "Tell me how you turned the star into martial arts and what images you were thinking about when you summoned the star map." Ho Mingming humphed and said coldly, "Would you believe me if I told you that I was thinking about the image of you shooting the European shield, Neil, in the air during the World Cup?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Ho Mingming said, "It's not easy for you to be able to twist your lower body like a fried dough twist in the middle of a fierce battle, especially when you're high up in the sky and have no support under your feet, while your upper body maintains the same shape and shape of your hands. In the future, it would be very difficult for Ho Mingming to admit that others were strong." She was able to say those words because of her experience during the World Cup. Jiang Shao said thoughtfully, "So, posture is very important." Ho Mingming was speechless. Ho Mingming turned around and lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, only to see that he looked pure and innocent. Ho Mingming scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and made sure that he didn't mean to imply anything. She then said, "That kid is here again. 10 a.m., behind the second tree." Jiang Shao turned around slightly and loosened his grip. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow was nailed into the tree accurately. Jiang Shao said, "It's been 10 days. You've tried to assassinate me 7 times and failed 7 times. Your Highness, if we were on the battlefield, I'm sure you would have died more than 7 times." Beiyu appeared from behind the tree. She was wearing a hood and had a gloomy expression. She looked just like Assassin Creed. "I'm awake." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Are you really awake or are you sleepwalking?" Beiyu walked out of the forest and walked straight to Jiang Shao. Ho Mingming put down her bow and arrow and took a step back. She stood behind Jiang Shao and sized up the luxuriously dressed young man with a scrutinizing gaze. Beiyu took off her hood and stood in front of Jiang Shao. She said, "I shouldn't have wasted my time and life." Jiang Shao said, "Huh?" Beiyu looked serious. "You're the best one-on-one person in the world. Yes, the strongest university student." Perhaps Beiyu felt that the scope was too wide, so she narrowed it down to university student. Jiang Shao sneered. "Does defeating you make me the best one-on-one person? Even though your conclusion is correct, your argument is wrong." Beiyu said something that was completely out of character. "I don't have the ability to defeat you at the moment." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought, is this a scheme of theirs? Or has she really accepted reality? Jiang Shao looked at Beiyu suspiciously and asked, "So?" Beiyu said, "Teach me. Train me." Jiang Shao was speechless. "What the hell is going on?" Beiyu said, "I saw you guide her and summon the star map with my own eyes. In the galaxy stage. You summoned the star map. You're an unbelievably excellent teacher." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, Why should I teach you? Bei Yu said, I'll listen to you unconditionally. Jiang Shao smiled and said, even if you don't listen to me, I can still watch over you and complete the mission. Bei Yu looked at Jiang Shao with a serious expression. You will gain my friendship and gratitude. Jiang Shao couldn't help but smack his lips. Who the hell cares about your friendship? Who the hell cares? Well, to be honest, Bei Yu's friendship is indeed worth some money, especially since Conkind is about to change. He decided to put aside the matter between the two countries for now. He didn't want to hurt his own tongue if he spoke too much. If nothing went wrong, Second Last and her troops should be carrying out missions in Conkind for a long time. If he could take down Bei Yu Katoa, Second Last would indeed be able to do whatever she wanted. Jiang Shao grabbed Bei Yu's shoulder and walked to the side. You don't seem like someone who changes her mind easily. You gave up on this mission after just 7 assassination attempts. Bei Yu said, the second time was enough for me to recognize the difference between us. As for the last 5 times, it was my pride that got in the way. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded and wondered, what's going on? Bei Yu said, since you can achieve such strength at this age, so can I. I have to. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and said, let's talk about why you hate heaven and earth first. Bei Yu clenched her fists and said, this is my country, and it's walking towards destruction. Just like that, people watched as it walked towards destruction. The dark hall is growing stronger under the noses of some people. No one dares to deal with it or even touch it. Bei Yu pointed at Ho Mingming and said, Conkind is like the tree under her arrow. It will turn into nothingness as soon as you touch it. This is my country. As a Chinese, Jiang Shao could say the same thing about his country because he was a Chinese citizen. However, everyone was different, and Bei Yu's perspective was completely different from Jiang Zhao's. To a certain extent, Conkind might really be his country. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, if that's what you think, you shouldn't learn these martial arts. At most, we can only charge and break through enemy lines. If you want to save a country, maybe you should take another path, just like your father. No. Bei Yu shook her head firmly and said, I have to protect myself to protect my family and this country. Jiang Shao stopped and looked at Bei Yu. He said, I don't agree with your actions and words. If you had kept this mindset, you wouldn't have chased away batches of bodyguard. You would work so hard that you wouldn't have time to care about those around you. Bei Yu suddenly lowered her voice and leaned forward. She whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, I can't trust anyone. This tree is rotten. It's far safer to have a group of people guarding me than a few people guarding me closely. Jiang Shao. This young man's thoughts were quite deep. Jiang Shao couldn't tell if his thoughts were childish or correct. Who knew what he had gone through to have such a mentality and act like this? Jiang Shao said, and you chose to trust me. You had 7 chances to kill me. On the training field, in the mansion, in the school cafeteria. Bei Yu paused, then continued, including yesterday, when you were in the forest with no one around. Jiang Shao was speechless. Behind him, Ho Mingming suddenly said, maybe he has a use for you? Bei Yu said, we all know what will happen in 3 days. As long as I'm of some use, yesterday was a good opportunity for you. If you kidnap me, a lot of things will happen. Jiang Shao asked, so, what do you plan to do next? Bei Yu said, you're an excellent teacher. You're strong. Very strong. And after testing, you have no ill intentions towards me. So, from now on, I'm going to open my heart and ask for advice humbly. From tonight onwards, I'll live with you. Jiang Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly. Why don't you not open your heart? We were in a good state before this. I think it's better for me to live alone, Bei Yu said. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. Jiang Shao was speechless. Say that again? Do you believe that I'll slap you? Bei Yu said. Tell me, what do you want? Anything. This sentence sounded much more pleasing to the ear. What do I want? Let me think about it. A 4,500-word chapter. Please give me some tickets top. Chapter 723. Okay, I'll promise you first. Tell the guards to change the big bed into 2 single beds, Jiang Shao said to Bei Yu. He really couldn't think of what he wanted. In terms of material matters, Jiang Shao was rather satisfied at the moment. It was clearly difficult for him to ask the prince for 100 void calamity star beads. Jiang Shao also discovered his own problem. As an ambitious star warrior, he actually felt satisfied? That's not right, it's really not right. I want to be thirsty. I want heaven, earth, and this world. That's the normal state of a star warrior. However, Bei Yu said, no need, you can sleep in my room. Jiang Shao said, in that case, arrange for her to sleep in the room next to yours. Go ahead. Bei Yu nodded. Since he had already promised to listen to Jiang Shao, he did intend to do so. Bei Yu waved at the patrolling guards in the distance and strode forward. Jiang Shao looked at his tall and thin back view and said, I can't teach you much. I don't understand your weapon. If you insist on it, I can only teach you dagger techniques. While walking, Bei Yu turned around and said, let's go back to the room and talk. Jiang Shao grinned and thought, I really hope that the second generation of the Kata family is a little princess. Jiang Shao was crazily thinking about peaches. On the other side, Madame Dilian and an assistant walked over. Little friend, Dilian greeted with a gentle smile on her face. Jiang Shao cupped his fists and performed the ancient Chinese etiquette before greeting Dilian. Madame D, you can just call me Xiaopi. Regardless of the era, true scientists, educators, and geniuses like Dilian should be in awe and veneration. This kind of person could be called the cornerstone of Huaxia. Dilian was more than 70 years old and slightly hunched. She was about 165 centimeters tall and thin. She had white curly hair and seemed to be in good spirits. Dilian smiled and said, just now I inadvertently saw you guys summoning the Star Warriors. There seems to be some special effects. Jiang Shao turned to look at Ho Mingming and said, show Madame D our results. A smile bloomed on Dilian's face. Ever since she had lived, she had seen too many people, especially this group of soldiers. Each of them was more stubborn than the other, and many of them wanted to report to their superiors. Jiang Zhao's cooperation made her feel very comfortable. Dilian said, if it's really as we think, the results of your research might be able to fill in some gaps in the characteristics of the human star warriors. Jiang Shao replied, it's my honor. At the side, Ho Mingming had already summoned a pitch-black light to cover her bow and arrow. She shot an arrow at a distant tree. Jiang Shao seized the opportunity to ask, Madame D, how's my mewling bear? What did you see? There was a hint of helplessness in Dilian's smile as she said, there are too many unknowns in the Star Warrior world. It's so mysterious. The golden red candle doesn't have any star techniques of the fusion type. Besides, the bamboo bear. Dilian watched as a few assistants stepped forward and carefully checked the withered tree. She then took out a small bottle to take a sample and continued, these two creatures have nothing to do with each other, but there was such a strange chemical reaction. We think that the main reason for all of this is the mutated candle. Jiang Shao nodded and said, yeah. Dilian said, we also brought some golden red candlelight and headed to the bamboo forest dimension to probe it. The feedback the researchers gave us was, although the candlelight and the bamboo bear can live in harmony and play together, the fusion didn't happen. Dilian turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, your mutated candle flame is unique. There are so many dimensional spaces in this world, and there are probably hundreds of millions of golden red candle flames. However, there's only one black and white candle flame. For special cases, the research value is much lower. Jiang Shao remained calm and said, that's a pity. Dilian nodded and said, but we can find commonalities in special cases. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Can you give me a hint? Di Lian smiled generously and waved her hand. This isn't a secret. We've always believed that living creatures have hidden characteristics. This theory has been proposed long ago, but it hasn't been recognized by most scholars because creatures of other dimensions are also living creatures. They also have diverse and complex personalities and characteristics. Relatively speaking, the weaker and purer they are, the more likely it is to verify this theory. Take the golden red candle flame for example. Although their star techniques are fixed, their hidden characteristics are likely to be dependent. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao asked cautiously, "Why do you say that?" Di Lian asked, "When the image of the golden red candle flame appears in your mind, what kind of adjectives would you use? Give me a few." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Timid and clingy?" Di Lian nodded and said, "Humans are complicated. Some are bold, some are timid, some are obedient, and some are mischievous. Even pet dogs have their own unique personalities, however. All the golden red candle flames you can find have the same personality. They are timid, cowardly, and clingy. They make very good pet companions. They seem to be carved from the same mold. Although they are of different sizes, their personalities are almost the same. That's the amazing thing about this species." Jiang Shao said, so Di Lian turned to look at the black and white candle bear and the hat on its head. She said, "Maybe the mutated candle flames have infinitely magnified the biological characteristics of their species. The mutated candle flames have maximized this hidden characteristic and become a special star technique that ordinary candle flames can't do. So, you saw it clinging to the bamboo bear's head. Maybe it thinks that it has found a safe haven." Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. "Oh my God! That's amazing," Di Lian said. "Of course, these are just our speculations. Your mutated candle flames are very helpful to us. In the next stage, we plan to focus on cultivating creatures like the golden red candle flames and let them grow together with powerful and gentle creatures like the bamboo bear. We will use some means to work hard to develop the hidden characteristics of the golden red candle flames. If one day the golden red candle flames fuse with a powerful and gentle creature, you will have contributed greatly." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Madam D, you're exaggerating." No. Di Lian said, "You still haven't realized the value of this. We can also find some strong and gentle people in your army." Jiang Shao was speechless. Di Lian continued, "If we can confirm that the golden red candle flames really have hidden characteristics, we can make an analogy with other creatures. Every creature of other dimensions has its own special characteristics, but due to the fact that their characteristics are too complicated, we have yet to discover their most essential characteristic. Once the theory is established, I don't have to elaborate on the great significance of this research." Di Lian sighed softly and looked at the busy scientific research team. "People like us have been working hard to uncover the secrets of creatures of other dimensions and trying to fill in the blanks of the star beast. I hope I can live to that day." Jiang Shao said, "Madam D, I'm an outstanding medical awakened star warrior. If you feel any discomfort, you can look for me at any time." Di Lian froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Shao. She had always treated Jiang Shao as a night guard and finally remembered that he was a mischievous world champion. Di Lian found Jiang Shao's position and thanked him with a smile. "Thank you, I appreciate your kindness. The nutritionist assigned to me by the country is also a good medical awakened star warrior." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I'm not saying that he's not good. I mean, my star technique is more effective. In fact, I can give you some energy now. It's impossible to rejuvenate you, but at least it can make your vitality more vigorous." Di Lian smiled meaningfully and said, "Your blessing is the source of your nickname as a toxic healer. The Chinese are well aware of that." Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Di Lian said, "I still have to thank you for your kindness, but I have a small request that I hope you can cooperate with." Jiang Shao asked, What is it? Delian asked. Can you summon the mutant candle and separate it from the bamboo bear? We want to see if the candle will fuse with other creatures, such as humans or other creatures of other dimensions. We want to see where its potential lies, and perhaps witness the process of fusion. Jiang Shao held his breath. Damn it! Is this a joke? Where's its potential? There's still an empty slot for the black and white candle, and it can attach itself to a star beast, Delian said. We've seen the mutant candle leave the bamboo bear on its own, but our researchers were more rash and scared the mutant candle back. It then clasped itself on the head of the bamboo bear, and can no longer be called off. Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding. Damn it, if you guys find a few mosquitoes and let the black and white candle attach themselves to them, I'll have to commit suicide. Wait a minute, Jiang Zhao's heart moved. The last time the black and white candle went to fuse with the bamboo bear, it had to get Jiang Zhao's permission. Jiang Shao had given a clear order for the black and white candle to do so. So, from this point of view, as long as Jiang Shao did not instruct it, the black and white candle would not fuse with other creatures? Well, that should be the case. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of something. An opportunity! Why not take advantage of the situation and take Ms. Delian's request as a rare opportunity? Using the power of the whole country to find a powerful star pet for Jiang Shao? Thinking of this, Jiang Shao said, powerful and docile creatures are rare. Do we have to let the black and white candle attach itself to another bamboo bear? Delian nodded. We can consider it that way, but since it's research, we still hope to have more diversity. Let's see if it will attach itself to other creatures in addition to the bamboo bear. Whether it is strong or not is a prerequisite for its attachment, and whether the temperament of another creature must be docile and gentle. All of this is something we have to verify step by step. Delian casually waved her hand, and Jiang Shao took a few steps back with a loud thud. A giant dragon shrouded in white mist suddenly appeared beside Delian. Its huge body coiled around Delian's body. Because Delian was about 1.65 meters tall, and the giant dragon was more than 10 meters long, its body almost overlapped with Delian's, wrapping around her. Delian smiled and inserted her hand into the white mist as if she was stroking the body of the mist dragon. She sighed with infinite emotion. I'm old. I'm sorry to have wronged you. The Eastern Dragon made of misty white mist. The Eastern Mist Dragon let out a soft hiss and rushed straight into the sky. Its body seemed to be made of white mist. As it flew into the sky, Jiang Shao realized that he had underestimated it. The more it flew, the larger its body became. The white mist constantly gathered around it and the dragon's head became larger and larger. In the end, its body was more than 30 meters long. On the illusory dragon's face that was made up of white mist, its eyes could not be seen clearly, but its long whiskers and the dragon horns that were gradually revealing their shape could be seen. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. People always talked about 5-clawed golden dragons, but this mist dragon had 3 claws. The scene attracted everyone's attention. The huge mist dragon circled the sky and finally flew into the night sky before disappearing into the layers of cloud. Delian looked up at her star pet smilingly and said, It's very hot-tempered. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple move. Is this your star pet? This amiable old lady, this Delian. What level of star warrior is she? Delian nodded with a smile and said, I know you, Jiang Xiaopi. You've been on the right path all your life. I also know that one day, you'll follow in your parents' footsteps and go where you should go. You're the leader of the younger generation. I'm also looking forward to the day when our country can restart the exploration of the Dragon Cave. By then, you can come to me. You've helped us so much and we've troubled you for so long. Maybe you should see what they look like. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Delian said, This is the weakest creature in the Dragon Cave. We call it the Mist Dragon. The weakest? Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace. It's already so mighty, yet it's still the weakest? Jiang Shao took a deep breath and said, If, and I mean if, that mutated candle flame can really attach itself to this mist dragon. You know, the candle flame can allow me to bring the target it attaches itself to into my star slot. Di Lian looked up at the clouds in the night sky and searched for traces of the mist dragon. I'm old, and my combat field is not the battlefield. It's still young, or rather, it has no age at all. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Besides, Di Lian looked at the mist dragon. If the Candle Flame clan can really forcibly deprive other star warriors of their star pets, and if we really discover this characteristic of the Candle Flame clan, you can't imagine what kind of changes we'll bring to this world. Jiang Zhao's heart sank. If that was really the case, the world would be completely changed. If China could grasp the secret in this regard one step ahead of others, it would be of immeasurable strategic value to the Chinese nation. Unfortunately, there was only one mutated candle flame. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, A gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. It was only right for such a high-level figure to have such a star pet as a bodyguard. Jiang Shao turned to look at Beiyu, who was dumbfounded and looking up at the night sky. Beiyu. Beiyu looked over in a daze. Jiang Shao asked, Didn't you ask me what I wanted? Beiyu's face stiffened, seemingly realizing what was about to happen. Jiang Shao pointed to the sky and said, I want that. Beiyu's face stiffened and she looked at the sky awkwardly. After a while, she stuttered, Moon? There's only one moon, and it belongs to all humans. We can't take it for ourselves. 4,300 words. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Top. Chapter 724. The bright moon hung in the sky, occasionally covered by the floating clouds. It was rather artistic. What made this scene even more ethereal was that there was a giant eastern dragon made up of mist, swimming and shuttling through the clouds. The people who saw it were overwhelmed with emotions, and their hearts were filled with longing. Di Lian said softly, Maybe we can give it a try? Jiang Shao found it hard to refuse. He strode towards the black and white candle bear and said to it, Come down. Ing? Ing Bear's head was burning with flames and it was holding a half-eaten apple in its claws. It tilted its furry head and blinked curiously at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao took a step forward, squatted down, and looked at the flames on the top of Ing Bear's head. Come down, little candle. Ing. Ing Bear tried its best to raise its head, seemingly wanting to see who its master was talking to. Unfortunately, it couldn't see the hat on its big furry head. It saw the giant dragon shuttling in the sky. Ing Bear was dumbfounded. The humming bear was startled. Its head was already raised, and its body lost its balance. It directly fell backward onto the grass in the courtyard. Jiang Shao was speechless. In terms of acting cute, you've won. You're way ahead of the fog dragon. Ing Bear held the apple in one hand and took another bite. It chewed and looked at the magical creature in the sky like it was watching a movie. Jiang Shao raised his voice and said, Little candle, are you disobedient? Come down. I won't give you good food in the future. A woo! Ing Bear suddenly let out a high-pitched and long howl, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. What's going on? Why is it howling like a wolf? Madam D. Mr. D. A worried voice sounded. However, they were addressing Di Lian as Madam D or Mr. D. Addressing her as Mr. was also a habit left over from the old days. At a young age, Di Lian was already a master of her generation. She had participated in the education of star warriors for China and was definitely the founder of star studies, be it star techniques, star maps, or star beasts. She had achieved remarkable results and made outstanding contributions. A few decades ago, There was a period of time when the media in China addressed Di Lian as Mr. to show respect for a person of this level of knowledge. As Huaxia entered a new era, there were fewer and fewer people who were qualified to be called that. Di Lian's personality was easygoing. She would only occasionally call her Madam in private situations. She didn't express her attitude forcefully, which also caused people to be confused about how to address her. Why was the backyard in chaos? This was because the mist dragon in the sky had revealed its huge head from the clouds and was looking down. Because the mist dragon was made up of clouds and mist, it didn't have eyes, so people couldn't tell who it was looking at. However, the pressure coming from above was real. The degree of the star power oscillation could affect the backyard below even from a high altitude. Hence, it was obvious how powerful it was. Di Lian was slightly surprised too. She knew the mist dragons very well and knew that the mist dragons had a particularly bad temper. They were also the masters of provocation in the dragon cave. However, due to the fact that the mist dragons were of a high level and were arrogant, they mostly challenged the powerhouses. After Di Lian returned to Earth with the infant mist dragon, it didn't cause trouble because it wasn't interested in insignificant people. Today, this guy Di Lian looked at Ying Bear thoughtfully and had a guess. Is it because of this guy? It shouldn't be. Isn't Ying Bear a level lower than the mist dragon? The difference of a level should not be underestimated. The difference in strength between a silver ape ghoul and a golden ape ghoul king was worlds apart. That was only in the early stages. The higher one's strength rose, the greater the gap. Just like humans, the gap between the Stardust stage and the Nebula stage was like the gap between the Nebula stage and the Galaxy stage. Although it was only a gap of one stage, the difference in strength was not small. To everyone's bewilderment, the lazy and docile Ying Bear actually got up. It tried its best to raise its head and raise its paw, which was still holding the apple that it had bitten off. It seemed to be handing it to the mist dragon. That's amazing! What are the characteristics of the bamboo bear? It's lazy, gluttonous, and sleepy. There's no reason for it to give the food in its mouth to other creatures. Di Lian's expression suddenly changed and she yelled, "Stop!" The old lady, who was more than 70 years old, was actually full of energy. However, her majestic and loud voice did not stop the mist dragon from attacking. When Di Lian spoke, a cloud of mist had already blasted down. Jiang Shao was taken aback. And pounced forward, pushing the black and white candle bear to the ground and using it as a shield. Jiang Shao could teleport away, but he was afraid that the Ying Bear would get hurt. He could also teleport away with the Ying Bear, but it would be a different story if he were to show that his space-time rift could bring people along in front of a group of top experts and scholars. In desperation, Jiang Shao had no choice but to act as a human shield and fall on the Ying Bear. Bang! The cloud and mist directly blasted a large hole in the grass. In fact, the huge backyard was almost affected by it. The air waves surged and some of the researchers in the distance were thrown out. The mist rippled and the rich star power filled the backyard. Jiang Shao and the Ying Bear were blasted into the deep pit in the ground. Damn it! Jiang Shao grimaced in pain. Although he did not suffer any injuries, the pain did not stop him from feeling it. Waves of qi and blood surged, and Jiang Shao actually found the feeling of platinum, silence. Smack, smack! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The sound of an apple being chewed could be heard. Jiang Shao propped himself up and looked at the black and white candle bear beneath him, only to discover that its black eyes were actually burning with black candlelight. Jiang Shao was really taken aback. The adorable Ying Bear actually has such a ferocious and terrifying side? The Ying Bear chewed on the apple and pushed Jiang Shao away with its claws. It then slowly climbed up and stood in the deep pit while roaring at the sky. Roar! Oh my God! Jiang Shao grabbed the Ying Bear's paw and hurriedly tried to persuade it. Brother, forget it. Come, go back to my star map. Jiang Shao then tried to put the Yingying bear back into the star map. Whoosh! Jiang Shao felt a huge force in front of his chest, and his entire body was thrown out like a cannonball. Due to the fact that the pit was indeed relatively large, Jiang Shao did not fly out and was instead embedded in the wall of the pit. Hiss! In the sky, there was a dragon's roar, and another cloud of mist blasted down. Roar! With a loud roar, the black candlelight in the Yingying bear's eyes burned even more ferociously, and the white candlelight on its head emitted a loud sound. Its furry, round body suddenly grew larger. Jiang Shao was embedded in the wall of the pit while recalling Principal Yang Chensan's words. The bamboo bear is docile and very lazy. If you want to make it fight, it's very simple. Just infuriate it. A huge bamboo bear that was almost 5 meters tall moved its hill-like body and stepped on the edge of the deep pit. Its bare paw punched at the mist that was descending from the sky. Bang! Carrying the dense astral power, the cloud broke apart with a piercing sound. Jiang Shao yelled, "Black and white candle! Use the iciness star technique!" Although the black and white candle was timid and unwilling to get down from the bamboo bear's head in front of so many people, it still obeyed Jiang Zhao's orders. However, it was still very obedient to Jiang Zhao's orders. The white flames on the Yingying bear's head burned even more ferociously, and the black candlelight in its eyes also expanded greatly. However, the Yingying bear's movements stiffened. Clearly, it had calmed down after being completely infuriated. However, the sad thing was that the fog dragon in the sky roared and descended vertically with the mist. "Granny!" Jiang Shao yelled. "What do you mean by begging for help? My Granny D, can you control this lousy dragon of yours? Have you been holding it in for too long that you want to fight everyone you see? Roar!" The Yingying bear did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, it seemed to have a clearer goal, and its mind became clearer. A huge round bamboo suddenly appeared in its giant claws. The illusory round bamboo was actually as thick as the Yingying bear's body. The Yingying bear hugged the round bamboo with both hands and smashed it at the fog dragon that descended from the sky. Boom! The round bamboo collided with the dragon's head, and the ice candle flames spread in all directions, directly igniting the fog dragon that was more than 30 meters long. The fog dragon, which was originally white, was now completely stained with the color of the ice candle flames from head to tail. Its body that should not have a physical body and should only be pieced together by mist also revealed its true form at this moment. The mist on its body was continuously turning into ice crystals under the freezing effect of the ice candle flames. Of course, none of this could be seen by the people because the backyard of the Ka-To residence had been completely overturned at this time. It turned out that Jiang Shao was indeed not there to protect Beiyu, but to kill him. Bang! Bang! Boom! Hiss! Roar! The violent collision sounds were endless, and the dragon's roar intertwined with the Xiong Zhao's. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the turf, mist, and dust were all blown away. Everyone saw the scene of the giant candle bear and the ice candle fog dragon tearing at each other in the deep pit. The fog dragon that was wrapped in the ice candle flames seemed to have a physical body, but it seemed to have an additional advantage. It wrapped the giant candle bear tightly from head to toe, opened its mouth, and bit the black and white candle bear's huge head. The black and white candle bear spread its paws and clawed at the dragon's mouth, trying its best to resist. In terms of strength alone, it's actually not afraid of the fog dragon at all? What should we do? Everyone immediately panicked and cried for help. Di Lian was a little stunned too. She yelled, "Stop!" However, no one seemed to be able to stop the entanglement. Whoosh! Whoosh! Abruptly, 3 normal-looking bamboo bears appeared. They were probably in the growth phase, and they all bit at the fog dragon that had a physical body. Roar! Roaring skill, iron-eating myth. A bear roar echoed. Everyone in Ka-Tuo's backyard, including the mansion, couldn't escape. Their legs shivered in fright. They scattered like headless flies. It was a mess, a complete mess. In fact, Di Lian, whose abilities were unknown, was just about to make a move when she was frightened by the roar of the bear. She took a few steps back, and even turned around in a bid to escape. The special effect of the iron-eating myth star technique was too terrifying. Even such a powerful star warrior could not escape. If this went on, the dragon and the bear would be able to raze the Ka-Tur residence to the ground even before the enemy's assassination team arrived. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Shao held the bell in one hand and pressed it against his chest while trembling, trying to drive away the panic in his mind. You have the iron-eating myth star technique, but I have the diamond bell. Bang! With a muffled sound, both the dragon's roar and the bear's roar became silent. Jiang Shao had already appeared in a flash, and stood at the edge of the pit. The diamond silence in his hand made the two beasts in the pit completely calm down. The huge dragon's head and the huge bear's eyes looked down at the little person at the edge of the pit in the distance. An overwhelming aura swept down and rushed at Jiang Zhao's soul. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his head and look at the entangled dragon and the giant bear. Shut up! Bang! It was another diamond silence. The giant bamboo bear's body gradually shrank, and it kept vomiting blood. Even the apple core was spat out. The fog dragon had long lost its temper and forgotten to fight. It tried its best to swim up into the sky, but the area seemed to have been confined and it swam rather slowly. Jiang Shao waved his hand and another diamond silence was cast. Hearing the panicked cries in the residence and looking at the dragon and bear that had stopped, Jiang Shao said with a sorrowful expression, "I have something to say. Please listen carefully, a bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 725. Jiang Shao looked sorrowful and was about to say something when Ho Mingming's slightly trembling voice came from afar. Clearly, she was shocked by the iron-eating myth, even though she was standing further away. Ho Mingming yelled, "Xiaopi! Beiyu is gone!" Jiang Shao froze for a moment and hurriedly looked around for Beiyu. Putting aside the star pets, the forces present could be roughly divided into three parties. Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming were the guardians of the night, the Chinese experts, and the guards of Ka-Tuan Mansion. The only ones who could have gone wrong were the guards of Ka-Tuan Mansion. So, Beiyu's judgment was right? The tree has already rotted. There's actually a mole among the guards of Ka-Tuan Mansion? The battle between the bear and the mist dragon had indeed given the other party an opportunity. In particular, the bear's roaring technique, iron-eating myth, had caused a huge mess. After Jiang Shao had just integrated Candle and Bamboo Bear, he had experimented with various star techniques of Ying Xiong. Jiang Shao remembered clearly that he and Han Jiangxue were present at that time. When Ying Xiong used the iron-eating mythical technique, Jiang Shao didn't feel anything at all. However, Han Jiangxue's expression changed drastically, and she was extremely horrified. What did that mean? It meant that the bear's roaring technique could distinguish between friend and foe. However, when the bear was fighting the mist dragon previously, it had already reached the point where it could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. Jiang Shao, who was in the pit, was also treated as an enemy by the bear. The bear's roar made Jiang Shao, who was the owner, tremble in fear, let alone the others. The chaos in Ka-Tuan Mansion finally gave the group of rascals an opportunity to take advantage of, but how did the guards escape the influence of the iron-eating myth? Could it be the guards at the periphery? There! A Chinese researcher exclaimed as he pointed in a direction in the forest. "Let's go!" Jiang Shao hurriedly yelled at Ho Mingming and disappeared into the forest in a flash. Ho Mingming strode forward with her bow and arrow in hand. She left the Chinese experts and a few guards who were at a loss. Di Lian's body flew up with the wind and summoned the mist dragon in the sky. She then put it into the star map and said, "Xiao Yuan, chase after it." Di Lian felt a little guilty. She didn't control the mist dragon well, which led to this chaotic situation. Among the experts below, A young man wearing glasses and a white coat, who was holding a camcorder, nodded while trembling. Yes, sir. Dilian waved her palm, and a strong gust of wind rose from the feet of the researcher, Yuan Zhu, and was blown towards Dilian in the air. As the two of them flew through the air, they searched the forest below. As they flew, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky. Then, it started to drizzle. Dilian and the others had no idea that it was Jiang Zhao's tear star technique. Within the range of the field tear, the little ghosts had nowhere to hide. Yuan Zhu touched the cold raindrops on her forehead. She had finally calmed down and said, "Sir, that bamboo bear is really powerful. It is an extremely powerful astral pet, both in terms of physical attributes and in terms of personality." Dilian also nodded in admiration. Ordinary star beasts won't attract the mist dragon's attention, but the mist dragon broke the rule. Yuan Zhu asked, "What?" Dilian said, "The diamond-quality mist dragon only provokes the other dragons in the dragon cave. I've brought it out for so many years and I've seen so many star beasts and astral pets, but it has never taken the initiative to provoke them." Yuan Zhu covered her glasses that had been messed up by the wind and rain and said, Is that bamboo bear of diamond quality too?" Yuan Zhu was secretly astonished. The Dragon Cave was a secret kept by China and the Russian Federation. Apart from the senior military officials and individual researchers, no one else in the world knew the real situation in the Dragon Cave. Due to the special nature of the area where the Dragon Cave was located, a series of problems arose. It was located at the border between China and the Russian Federation, so the dimensional space was considered to be jointly developed by the two countries. After communicating and reaching an agreement, the two countries chose not to disclose any information to the outside world. Extremely powerful creatures and star techniques were of strategic significance to the countries because it was directly related to the construction, use, and further development of military force. Before completely controlling the Dragon Cave, the two countries would definitely not disclose any information to the outside world. Ordinary people speculated that the creatures in the Dragon Cave were at least platinum quality because there were no creatures above platinum quality in the world, and no one had seen any star techniques above platinum quality. Everyone thought that the platinum quality was already the ceiling of the world, be it in terms of star techniques or star technique. However, the opening of the Dragon Cave back then completely broke that rule. The quality of the star techniques of the creatures inside varied, but they were all at least diamond level in terms of the grade of star techniques. Due to the fact that the Dragon Cave was too dangerous, the exploration of the Dragon Cave by both China and the Russian Federation was still in its early stages, and there weren't many results. If it weren't for the fact that Dilian had subdued a dying mist dragon, the research results of China would probably be even lower. A long time ago, as batches of warriors continued to die and never returned, China and the Russian Federation temporarily put on hold their plans to explore the Dragon Cave. What Dilian said to Jiang Zhao previously was indeed her wish. She hoped to see the country resume the exploration of the Dragon Cave in her lifetime. As the leader of the younger generation, Jiang Zhao's combat effectiveness and excellent personal qualities made Dilian's heart skip a beat. The rarest thing was that, just like Dilian said, Jiang Zhao had always been on the right path. Unlike other countries that were declining day by day, Huaxia's gradual increase in national strength was something that was bound to happen, and it was also something that was happening. If the country were to restart the Dragon Cave project in a few years or even more than a decade later, Dilian felt that Jiang Zhao would probably be a member of the team. Just like his parents, she wondered if 2 generations of people could complete the same mission. Dilian shook her head and said, "I don't think so. Other than the creatures in the Dragon Cave that have yet to be announced to the public, the platinum quality is already the limit in this world." Yuan Zhu made a bold guess. Could it be that the bamboo bear's quality has increased due to the possession of the mutated candle flame? Dilian thought about it and said, That's a good guess. We have already tested it. Under normal conditions, the physical data of the black and white candle bear is slightly worse than that of an ordinary adult bamboo bear. After all, the black and white candle bear is still growing. When we go back, we will test the physical data of the black and white candle bear in the ancestor's body state and compare it with the data of an ordinary bamboo bear in the ancestor's body state to see if there is a significant improvement. Over there, sir. Yuan Zhu covered her glasses and suddenly said, "They've caught up." In the forest below, Ho Mingming was holding a bow and arrow. Her eyes were bright like a ferocious beast in the dark night as she stared at the swaying figures in the dense forest. The night wind blew the raindrops into her bright eyes, but it didn't affect her in the slightest. Whoosh! Ho Mingming's bow and arrow were covered in a dark luster. The dark arrow was like a meteor chasing after the moon, drawing a trail in the dense forest at an extremely fast speed, leaving sparks behind. Then, the dark luster of the bow and arrow in Ho Mingming's hand faded. Her movements were much smoother. Astral power overflowed, and the air billowed, blowing her long ponytail. A series of black-feathered arrows with tracking effects were shot out rapidly. She no longer had to worry about the route and chased after them in a zigzag manner. Quiet as a virgin, quick as a rabbit. After shooting the series of arrows, Ho Mingming dashed out like a rabbit. On the battlefield in the distance, Jiang Shao had already stopped a team of 4 people. The platinum silence hit them so hard that they felt dizzy, and the astral power in their bodies was in a mess. The 2 black crows were smashed into the shape of humans. Beiyu had been lying on the back of one of the crows, but now she was hanging on the shoulder of a guard. Jiang Zhao's body flashed and he knocked over a Ka-Ta family guard with one shoulder. He grabbed Beiyu, who was on the guard's shoulder, and quickly retreated. Jiang Shao adjusted the platinum quality silence to allow his body to move freely in the domain of silence. The 2 guards were shrouded in the domain of silence, but there were still 2 crows flying in tandem. Upon sight of this scene, the crows at the back immediately transformed into humans and raised their hands to summon a flock of crows. Jiang Shao grabbed Beiyu's body and sprinted away. Beiyu's clothes were tattered and his face was covered in blood. He seemed to have been badly injured by the explosion. His eyes were tightly shut, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ha! Jiang Shao finally walked out of his domain of silence, and his voice returned. It was a sneer of disdain for the illusory crow star technique. Jiang Shao was more familiar with the star techniques of the Shadow Crow series than anyone else. Just as Jiang Shao was about to move, an arrow pierced through the air. Even though the guard reacted quickly and dodged in time, the arrow still grazed the guard's shoulder. At the next moment, something amazing happened. The guard's entire body, starting from his left shoulder, rapidly turned pitch black. His clothes were dyed with a pitch-black luster, and so was his skin. Ah! The guard screamed in panic and was in a flurry. But soon, his left hand no longer listened to him, and his whole body seemed to have been petrified. No, it's not petrification, Jiang Shao felt a chill in his heart. His body was shattering and, in the short span of 7 seconds, the guard's entire body turned pitch black, and his horrified expression froze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When that happened, a series of black-feathered arrows fluttered like butterflies in the domain of silence beside Jiang Shao. They circled around the guard who was dodging left and right and chased after him. In the end, the dense black fog shattered and the guard's body was penetrated by the arrows. He fell to the ground and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Puff, puff, puff. The crows still penetrated Jiang Zhao's body in the end, but Jiang Shao did not dodge at all. He was not afraid of the black crows exploding because the caster not far away had completely turned black. The guard's skin was full of wrinkles and his dark face was full of signs of aging. Under the combined effect of the rain and the night wind, both his body and his clothes were torn apart, only a star bead was left on the ground. In the forest, the brave Amazon, who was good at fighting, finally walked out. She held a bough in her hand and placed it under her body while staring at the guard who had been scared out of his wits. Jiang Shao originally used the domain of silence to smash the two crows into human form. One of them was pierced through the heart and bombarded to death by the 7-star bead. The other person seemed to have forgotten that he was in danger and even forgot that his companion was being attacked. He simply stared at the back with his mouth agape and watched as his companion gradually died under the moonlight in the dense forest. The guard watched as the tall, black figure walked out. He raised his hands in panic and shook his head continuously while muttering something incomprehensible as if he was begging for mercy. Bang! A strong gust of wind swept through, and the guard who had fainted at the front directly smashed onto Jiang Zhao's side with the wind and rain. Jiang Shao turned around and raised his head, only to see Di Lian and Yuan Zhu standing in the sky with the wind. Out of the 4 guards, 2 were dead, 1 was injured, and 1 was defeated. If the higher-ups blame me, I will take the main responsibility, Di Lian and Yuan Zhu said as they slowly floated down. It was my fog dragon that caused these things. Jiang Shao wiped his face and hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm the one who has to take the main responsibility. I didn't control the humming bear well. Jiang Shao did not immediately chase after the guard in front because he had also sensed that the guard had been subdued by Di Lian and the others. While speaking, Jiang Shao turned his head to look at Ho Mingming, who was stepping on a piece of mud mixed with rainwater and gently poking at the withered debris with his hunting bow. The scene was not gory, but it was extremely horrifying because Jiang Shao knew that the mud was actually a corpse, but he couldn't find any traces of human flesh. Ho Mingming finally pulled out a star bead from the tip of her bow. She bent down, picked it up, and said, "Without this mess, this group of people wouldn't have appeared. We've captured 2 of them, and this will be our breakthrough point." Ho Mingming casually threw the star bead at Jiang Shao and turned to look at the guard who was trembling and raising his hands to surrender. She said, "Xiaopi." Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and asked, "Huh?" Ho Mingming said, "Stop looking at me. This is the star map that you helped me develop. You have to keep some of your praises to yourself." Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, it was rude to stare at someone. He hurriedly threw Bell at Beiyu and said, "I'll go get the star power handcuffs. You guys guard them first. I'll be back soon." Jiang Zhao's figure then flashed and disappeared. Even after leaving the forest, Jiang Zhao's heart was still cold. The scene just now was too terrifying. Jiang Shao could accept the big tree withering, but a living person was screaming and gradually withering in front of him. Jiang Shao was not feeling good at all. His body was being nibbled away bit by bit, and his vitality was being drained rapidly, but there was nothing he could do. This is despair. In fact, Jiang Shao had been thinking about what he should do to survive if he were to be shot by Ho Mingming. Can Bell and Blessing stop the human body from withering? As long as I have enough vitality, I should be able to break the withering, right? Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. No, I have to go back and find a star beast to test it out. If Blessing, Bell, and other star techniques could stop the body from withering, that would be for the best. If it couldn't be stopped, Jiang Shao planned to treat Ho Mingming better in the future. Before he found a way to deal with it, he could be a little cowardly. Yes, just a little. Continue to 4,200 words. I hope everyone has a good time reading it. Please give me some tickets to bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 726. The next day, in the huge basement of the Couture residence, Second Last hugged her shoulders and crossed her arms in front of her. She leaned against the wall and glanced at the 2 glass rooms. In each glass room, there was a prisoner being interrogated. Ever since Second Last expanded her own army, the Tail Feathers team had the ability to interrogate prisoners independently. Hence, they no longer needed to borrow interrogators from the guardians of the night. Of course, ordinary people would also have the ability to interrogate prisoners after undergoing training. The so-called ability to interrogate prisoners referred to star techniques from the perspective of star warriors. At this moment, the two guards, one down and one injured, were facing Wolf leader Zhang Chongfa from the Tengu squad and Owl Xiao Xiao from the Shadow Crow squad. Wolf Head and Owl belonged to different teams, but they were both scouts in the team, especially Xiao Xiao, whose code name was Owl. Since the Shadow Raven team was a scouting team, it was obvious how strong he was to be able to be the number one scout in the scouting team. Zhang Chongfa, whose code name was Wolfhead, used a star technique that Jiang Xiao had never seen or heard of before. It seemed to have dragged the other party into an illusion. However, Jiang Xiao was very familiar with the star technique that Xiao Xiao used. It was the star technique of the Lily of the Valley from the peninsula. The red and blue fog was very representative. The interrogation methods of the two were almost the same. They both dragged the other party into an illusion and cleverly guided the other party to reveal their secrets instead of torturing them. It was quiet in the basement because the Tail Feathers team had commandeered the place. Even though it was the Ka-Tur residence, ever since Second Last stepped onto the land, the owner of the residence seemed to have changed. After hearing Ho Mingming's report, Second Last rushed over with two teams. 2 days later, it would be the big day of Mr. Ka-Tuo's ascension. The group of people had chosen to kidnap Bei Yu last night. Clearly, they were plotting something big. Why? Because Bei Yu was still alive. Why was Bei Yu still alive? That was a very interesting topic. Everyone could tell that Bei Yu was far more useful when he was alive than when he was dead. Once the little prince of Bei Yu was dead, nothing would be able to stop Mr. Ka-Tua from achieving great things, given his style of doing things. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao and the others made up for their mistake and chased Bei Yu back. Second Last leaned against the wall and her gaze was attracted by the glass room on Wolfhead's side. She pressed one hand against her ear, and was clearly listening to something carefully through the monitoring device in her ear. Whoosh! Jiang Xiao suddenly appeared beside Second Last and grumbled softly, "You're too strict. Even I'm not allowed to enter. I almost killed Xiao Yi, codename Shadow Crow, just now. This Shadow Crow squad is indeed very interesting. The real name of the captain, Shadow Crow, is Xiao Yi, and the real name of the member, Owl, is Xiao Xiao. It's easy to make a mistake if you're not careful." Second Last raised her hand and gestured for him to stop. Jiang Xiao hurriedly shut up and looked at the two glass rooms curiously. Without any perception-type star techniques or earphones, he couldn't hear anything. More than 10 seconds later, as the guard in the glass room shut up, Second Last turned to look at Jiang Xiao. "Say something. Don't be so silent." "It's scary," Jiang Xiao said meekly. Capturing the captives could only be considered a stroke of luck. As a bodyguard, Jiang Xiao had indeed made a huge mistake and almost caused a huge disaster. Otherwise, the mischievous Jiang Xiao wouldn't have been so weak. He knew that he was in the wrong. Second Last lowered her head to look at Jiang Xiao and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll settle the score with you later." Jiang Xiao smirked and said, "I've made amends for my mistakes, right?" Second Last turned around to look at the glass room and said, "It depends." Jiang Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. "What do you mean?" Second Last said, "If they can really be used as a breakthrough, you can make amends for your mistake. If they don't have any valuable information on them, you—" Jiang Xiao looked at Second Last inquisitively, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Xiao was extremely anxious. Second Last suddenly changed the topic and said, "I've been thinking about the situation of the abnormal ball that you told me about previously." "Okay." Jiang Zhao's heart tightened and he gestured in the direction of the glass room with his eyes. There were 2 scouts in there, and their abilities were unquestionable. Second Last waved her hands nonchalantly and said, "The glass room is soundproof." Jiang Xiao felt a little relieved and asked, "What's your plan, then?" Second last said, "There's no doubt about it. That's our duty. However, the source of the news is you." Second last turned around again, and stared at Jiang Shao with a scorching gaze. Jiang Shao asked, "So?" Second last sighed softly and said, "I can give you some freedom to do whatever you want under the premise that the mission is completed." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" Second last said, "You have a star technique of high quality and camouflage." Jiang Shao looked at second last thoughtfully and understood what she meant. Second last said, "You have 10 days. I don't care what methods you use, just do what you should do. You only have 10 days. Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded gently. Second last said, "Give me the results within 10 days. Tell me who you've passed the news to. I only want the results, not the process." Jiang Shao nodded silently and said, "Thank you." Second last stretched her hand out and pressed it gently on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "I heard that you helped Ho Mingming develop her star map and allowed her to turn star techniques into martial arts when she was at the peak of the galaxy stage." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It's not really considered star technique. It's just a superficial application. Besides, she should be entering the galaxy stage soon. She told me that herself." Second last nodded and said, "The higher-ups approve of the results of the Tail Feather team and want my team to continue expanding. After this mission, I'll be promoted and promoted." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "That's great news. Why, did you encounter a problem in choosing a team again?" Second last nodded and continued, "Do you think Ho Mingming has the ability to lead a team of her own?" Jiang Shao smirked and said, "The members of the 3 teams that you have are the elites of the elites. Apart from Ho Mingming, the rest are all in the galaxy stage. Yet, you want to choose Ho Mingming, who's in the galaxy stage, as the captain?" Second last said, "Sun Dashing's team is built with the idea of being the best. I used to be worried about whether Sun Dashing and Ho Mingming could support the output of the team, but it turns out that I was overthinking. The shield warrior Yan Huan is considered average, but the addition of Fu Hei has given the team a qualitative improvement. Under the premise of Fu Hei's existence, Ho Mingming and Sun Dashing are both wasting their talents." Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao thought of the rascal with pigtails and thought, "Is Fu Hei also a radical battle healer?" Second last suddenly asked, "Zhao Wenlong, what do you think of him?" Jiang Shao was slightly stunned to hear the old cadre's name. Second last changed the topic too quickly. Jiang Shao said, "He's pretty good, but he's a little less competitive. That's because of his personality. He's actually very strong. Do you fancy him?" Second last said, "When I asked Ho Mingming for her opinion, she agreed to be the captain, but she specifically asked for you and Zhao Wenlong." Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "Sister P has seen so many experts in the Guardians of the Night, but she's still living in the past? This is clearly the lineup of the 3 from Beijing for the World Cup." Second last said, "I can't give it to her because I'll get Fu Hei to protect her. However, Zhao Wenlong can give it a try. His resume is clean and he's already been vetted." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Are you spoiling Ho Mingming? You'll give it to her just because she wants it? That's not like you, is it?" With a peculiar expression on her face, second last said, "She gave me an interesting military order." Jiang Shao was burning with a burning desire for gossip and he frantically asked, "What did Little P promise you?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao and said, "Zhao Wenlong's talent shouldn't be wasted on an exhibition match." Exhibition match? Master Zhao actually went to play in the league? Is that for real? Second last suddenly stopped and pressed on the invisible earphones in her ears again, clearly listening to something carefully. A few seconds later, second last smiled faintly. Her smile was full of danger. Second last said, "I'll give you a mission." Sensing second last's murderous intent, Jiang Shao bit the bullet and asked, "What is it?" "In 2 days, set off for China and contact Zhao Wenlong. Ask him if he has any intention of joining the Guardians of the Night. Second last turned to look at the glass room, only to see that wolf-head, Zhang Chongfa, was standing behind the guard. He leaned over and whispered something into the guard's ear. The guard's face was covered in tears, and he seemed to be on the verge of breaking down as he bawled. Jiang Shao asked, "You don't need me to be your bodyguard anymore?" Second last looked at Wolf-head in admiration and said, "It doesn't seem to be necessary anymore. In the next 2 days, guard Beiyu well and ensure that nothing happens before the Ka-Tua family takes over. After that, you can leave on your own. You want to do something big? Bring me along." Jiang Shao volunteered. Second last said, "It's not your turn to attack a city." Jiang Shao grinned helplessly and said, "Okay, I'll go back to China to look for Zhao Wenlong." "Which league is he in now?" Second last said, "Go and ask Ho Mingming. Also, give me the results in 10 days. Second last then gestured at the owl and strode out of the basement. At the door, In Crow and the others were still guarding cautiously. When they saw second last coming out with Owl, In Crow was overjoyed. He slapped Owl's shoulder and exclaimed, "Great! You're indeed worthy of being my soldier. You're even faster than the Tengu." Owl looked a little awkward and reported truthfully, "Wolf-head instructed me first. I'm still working hard." Shadow Crow's face stiffened. "Awkward?" At the side, the gigantic Tengu spread its arms and looked down at Shadow Crow from above. That mocking expression was as annoying as it could get. Second last didn't stop at all and said, "Tengu, guard the residence. Shadow Crow team, follow me." "Yes." Shadow Crow said frantically and chased after her with his team of 4. "Boss, what's the mission?" Second last walked out of the residence and hopped onto the convertible military vehicle. She then roared and left. The members of the Shadow Crow team looked at each other and wondered, "Why are you so anxious? You don't even want to wait?" Puff, puff, puff. The 4 members of the team turned into Shadow Crows one after another, including the medical awakened Star Warrior. The 4 crows flapped their wings and quickly chased after the military vehicle that was speeding away. Although Jiang Shao knew that the members of the Tail Feather team were the best of the best and each of them was more ferocious than the other, he felt that second last was forming a zoo. However, after listening to the code names, Jiang Shao felt that second last was building a zoo. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 727. On the 5th of May, the Kongjin Republic, which was in a life-and-death situation, had a new leader. Mr. Ka-Tual was appointed to take the throne. However, to be honest, the people of Kongjin did not have much of a reaction to it. For a country that had been at war for a long time, the people did not know if they would be able to see the sun tomorrow. All they cared about was their lives and their next meal. As for the distant leaders, they no longer cared. In comparison, the people of Kongjin were more concerned about the guards around them and whether they would suddenly leave and stop providing them with aid and relief. What really made Mr. Ka-Tua stand out was not his actions when he took the throne, but his actions after he took the throne. Kongjin had long become allies with China, but after he took the throne, the strength of the alliance deepened to a terrifying extent. It was obviously very irrational to pin one's fate on others, but special times called for special means. When a person had nothing to lose, it was hard to imagine what he could do. It was the same for a country. Asking for help from all sides and applying for a large number of Chinese troops was almost equivalent to opening the country's doors. Of course, this was only on the surface. As a matter of fact, Kongjin had always been like this, and the gates of Kongjin's country had always been wide open, truly wide. The small country should be thankful that its neighbor was China. Ever since China slowly struggled to stand up from the mire in the previous century, it had always been friendly and helpful to its neighboring countries. As long as Kongjin still had the capital to struggle, there would definitely be different voices. However, Most of the people in Kongjind were grateful for Mr. Ka Tuo's boldness and for China's stability. Clearly, Kongjind had fallen to such an extent. At the end of the day, it was all about the people. They had to live. That was all. In the past 2 days, Second Last had replaced Ming Ming's position in the Great Sage team and seized Sun Dasheng's position as the captain. She then led the Shadow Crow team and the Great Sage team to destroy the mysterious assassination organization. There were a total of 36 members, and none of them escaped. The members of the assassination organization were still being interrogated, and Jiang Shao had no idea what kind of secrets would be revealed. Jiang Shao was not too interested in things that were too far away, even if the person he was protecting was Beiyu Kato. In the past 2 days, Di Lian and her team of Huaxia experts had conducted further data analysis and research on the black and white candle bear. Unfortunately, the team of experts did not make any breakthrough. The black and white candle flame did not attach itself to another creature. It seemed to have attached itself to the bamboo bear. However, this did not mean that the black and white candle did not have the ability to rely on other creatures. It could only mean that the little guy was very uncooperative, or that it particularly liked this bamboo bear. Interestingly, in the state of the progenitor's body, there was not much difference in the data of the growing black and white candle bear and the adult bamboo bear. This made the Huaxia experts notice something different. After getting Jiang Zhao's permission, Di Lian decided to let the black and white candle bear stay in Kato Mansion for a while, waiting for Jiang Shao to come back. Because Jiang Shao had other missions, he had to make a trip back to China. No one knew what Jiang Shao was going to do, but Jiang Shao knew very well that although Second Last asked him to recruit Zhao Wenlong, she actually wanted him to convey the information of the alien ball. Fu Haiding took over Jiang Zhao's position and guarded the Kato mansion together with Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao also boarded the military plane and returned to the capital. May 6, 2018, the capital was sunny. In a park in the Dongyang district. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the park was bustling with activity. Old men in 2s and 3s sat by the stone tables in the park, playing chess and chatting. In a small stadium not far away, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children were playing football on the small green grass field. Compared to the war-torn Konkind, this place was much more peaceful. Peace might be the greatest happiness in the world, but all of this was too common in China. Some people seemed to have forgotten the value of peace. "Uncle!" A little girl squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of the green field. She stood behind a man in a suit and leather shoes and shouted timidly. In fact, when the little girl squeezed through the crowd, some people in the crowd had already begun to be vigilant. "Huh!" The middle-aged man turned around curiously and looked down at the little girl who was eating a lollipop. He then squatted down with a kind smile. "What's the matter?" On the side, a middle-aged woman's eyes were locked on the green field. She looked at one of the boys who was playing football. She looked away reluctantly and turned her head to look at her husband. That. The little girl was obviously a little shy. She twirled the lollipop in her hand and seemed to really want to say something. "What's the matter, child?" The woman also squatted down, gently rubbed her head and said, "Where are your parents? Are you lost?" "No." The little girl shook her head continuously and finally mustered the courage to say, "There's an old man over there. He's asking you to go over." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and asked, "Me?" The little girl nodded and said, "Guan Qi." The middle-aged man named Guan Qi frowned slightly and looked into the distance. However, he couldn't see the old man over there because of the crowd. The little girl said seriously, "Uncle Guan Qi of the Star Warriors Association." Guan Qi nodded gently and said, "Where is he? Can you take me there?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, then ran away with the lollipop. Guan Qi stood up and nodded in a certain direction in the crowd. He then patted the arm of the woman beside him gently and said, I'll be back soon. There was a hint of worry on the woman's face. You, Guanxi said, keep an eye on the child. As he spoke, he walked out of the crowd. Not far away, a bodyguard in a suit and leather shoes also walked out of the crowd. His eyes searched around, and soon, his eyes fixed on a white-haired old man. It was a park and a place where parents brought their children to play. Most of the people around were ordinary people, and wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. On the other side, there was an old man sitting alone on the stone table at the edge of the room. He was far away from the crowd, and his eyes were fixed on Guanxi. His gaze was fixed on Guanxi for a long time, which was enough to explain the problem. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be no one around the old man. The uncles and aunties were there to chat and kill time. The fact that the elderly were all far away from the old man was more indicative of the problem. After Guanxi squeezed out of the crowd, he immediately noticed the old man. The old man smiled slightly and stretched out his old palm that was covered with age spots to gesture to the stone table in front of him. Guanxi and the bodyguard looked at each other and walked over. Guanxi walked across the stone path on the lawn and arrived at the edge of the park. He stood in front of the stone table and said politely, "Hello, old mister. Young man, take a seat." The old man gestured to the stone bench opposite him and placed the chess pieces on the table. Guanxi hesitated for a moment, sat down, and looked at the bodyguard secretly. However, the bodyguard shook his head subtly. Guanxi and his bodyguard had a tacit understanding. The subtle action let Guanxi know that the old man was not a star warrior. "Old mister, why are you looking for me? My child is still playing football. This is an important game for him," Guanxi said with a smile. The old man nodded slightly and raised his hand to launch a cannon. Vice President of the China Star Warriors Association. "Young man, you're young and promising. It's a little difficult for me to meet you." Guanxi hesitated for a moment and looked at the old man opposite him quietly. He didn't expect the old man to be so irritable and launch a cannon right away. He didn't even want to launch a cannon just for the sake of a pawn. Guanxi was speechless. The old man said, "I have an old comrade who sent me some information through various means." The old man gestured to the cannon and gestured to the soldiers behind him. He then reached out and pointed to the soldiers on the line next to him, drawing a triangle. Guanxi didn't move and was a little confused. The old man pointed to the 5 cannons that he had launched and said, "Earth." Guanxi asked, "Oh?" The old man drew a vertical line behind him and said, "The door of the dimensional space." Guanxi furrowed his brows slightly. The old man followed the vertical line and pointed at the 5 soldiers on his side. "The lower dimensional space." As soon as the words "lower dimension" came out, Guanxi seemed to have realized where the topic was going. The old man's finger moved horizontally and slid to the 3 soldiers, gesturing to the horizontal line. "The holy ground, also known as the space-time tunnel." The old man pointed at the soldiers on the 3 paths and said, "The upper dimensional space." As he spoke, the old man drew a diagonal line and slid it to the 5 cannons of the enemy camp. "The other holy ground." Finally, he pointed to the cannon that originally represented Earth and said, "The dimensional world is another Earth to some extent. I call it the alien sphere." Guanxi was shocked. The old man said softly, "All the dimensional spaces on Earth, as long as you go up, everything will eventually converge at the alien sphere. The alien sphere is a planet that is exactly the same as Earth, but in a different dimension, it overlaps with Earth. All the dimensional creatures on Earth have bodies there." The old man said softly as he moved the chess pieces on the stone table away. There were only 2 soldiers and 1 cannon left, leaving only the triangle. Many soldiers who mistakenly entered the upper dimension eventually converged at the alien sphere, where they struggled and survived. The alien sphere also seems to have a tendency to merge with Earth. The direct opening of the holy ground seems to confirm this. The old man pondered for a while and said, I'll tell you quickly. Your child is good at football. Let me finish telling you this story. Maybe you can catch up to him in the second half. 20 minutes later, the old man's story slowly came to an end. Without waiting for Guanqi to ask, he continued, Do what you think is right. I've told you everything. As for whether it's true or false, right or wrong, I'll leave it to you to judge. As he spoke, the old man's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Guanqi. He had yet to recover from the story, and the old man in front of him suddenly disappeared? Guanqi hurriedly looked up at the bodyguard and asked, Didn't you say that he's not a star warrior? The bodyguard was shocked and his mouth was slightly agape. After a while, he replied, I'm sure that there's no star power fluctuation in his body, not even a little bit. Guanqi felt his scalp go numb. What's going on? Uncle Guanqi. He suddenly heard the voice of a little girl behind him. Guanqi turned around, only to see the little girl taking out a lollipop from her pocket and handing it to Guanqi reluctantly. Grandpa said, I wish you and I good luck. Guanqi took the lollipop in a daze. At the side, a female voice said, Nyonyo, where did you get the candy from? Who is he? As she spoke, the woman looked at Guanqi, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, warily. She hurriedly picked up her daughter and glared at Guanqi with an unfriendly expression. Guanqi was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 728. 7th of May. Outside the Feiyu Stadium in Dongqing district of Beijing, there was a hubbub of voices and a huge crowd was jostling each other. Jiang Xiao was wearing a cap and a mask, holding on to a high-price ticket that he had bought from a scalper and slowly moving forward with the crowd. From time to time, Jiang Xiao would even take out his ticket and look at the portrait of the person above. Jiang Xiao did not expect Zhao Wenlong to choose to embark on this path after graduating from university. Indiscriminate combat referred to a combat competition without any restrictions. Schools, weight classes, ages, and genders were all insignificant in this competition. The Ultimate Star Warrior Championship was the top combat competition in the country. First of all, it must be stated that this was an entertainment event prepared for the audience. However, in the category of entertainment competition, the Ultimate Star Warrior Championship was considered the closest to a life and death competition. Jiang Xiao looked down at the entrance ticket and saw Zhao Wenlong tugging at his boxing belt. Clearly, the portrait was in the style of the World Cup. Rumor had it that Zhao Wenlong had entered the professional league in February this year. In 3 months, he had fought a total of 2 competitions and won both of them. Jiang Xiao sighed deeply. Zhao Wenlong's opponent in this competition was a 32-year-old female boxer who was said to be a strong opponent at the peak of the Galaxy stage. Jiang Xiao was caught in a dilemma, not for himself, but for Zhao Wenlong. If he wanted to fight for real, there were all kinds of armies that had offered Zhao Wenlong an olive branch. Why didn't he go? If Zhao Wenlong only wanted to spar and strengthen his body, there were more entertaining competitions that he could participate in. China had developed to this point and was flourishing in various industries, especially in the field of Star Warrior. There were countless entertainment competitions. Why did he choose the highest level of life and death competition, the Ultimate Star Warrior Championship? Filled with doubts, Jiang Xiao entered the venue with the crowd and sat on the spectator stand. Everything smelled so familiar. It was the familiar green field, the familiar audience, and the familiar cheers. At this moment, Jiang Xiao seemed to have figured out the reason. It seemed that the rules of the Ultimate Star Warrior Championship were the closest to the Star Warrior World Cup in China. However, in the World Cup, the participants were all students. Apart from representing themselves, they also represented the country behind them. Here, there were participants of all ages and genders, and most of them were here for themselves. The match lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Zhao Wenlong won, albeit with great difficulty. The female boxer was obviously an experienced veteran. She was also from a famous sect, and came from the Star Warriors of China. After graduation, she mixed in various competitions and finally entered the top competition in China to challenge herself. However, it seemed that she had not won the highest honor. Oh! Whoa! Zhao Wenlong! Zhao Wenlong! The huge stadium could accommodate nearly 10,000 people. The cheers of the audience rang out incessantly. It could be seen that Zhao Wenlong was very popular with the audience. Jiang Shao stood amidst the cheering crowd and silently watched Zhao Wenlong's curtain call. A complicated smile appeared on his face mask. Second last said that she wanted Ho Mingming to be the captain of a team. After joining the Guardians of the Night for nearly a year, he had seen all kinds of people and met all kinds of strong people, but, however, after that, she asked for Zhao Wenlong and Jiang Shao. She even mentioned the trio from the capital. She seemed to be living in the past, living in the memories of working hard in school. Zhao Wenlong, who was standing on the green field, seemed to be on par with Ho Mingming. Under the treatment of the medical team, Zhao Wenlong remained suave even though his clothes were stained with blood. He cupped his fists and gestured to the audience before leaving slowly in the players' tunnel. Zhao Wenlong spoke a mouthful of fake Mandarin. As he walked, he spoke to his assistant. Shoo! A whistle sounded from the corner on the right. Zhao Wenlong's team, who had just turned to the left, stopped for a moment and turned around to look. "You should be happy that you won," a muffled voice said from behind the mask. Everyone looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment, and some people had already walked over, seemingly wanting to chase Jiang Shao away. They could tell that Zhao Wenlong was a rising star who had already begun to act like a celebrity. Zhao Wenlong was slightly startled. He heard this familiar voice and saw that familiar pair of eyes. Zhao Wenlong took 2 quick steps forward and hurriedly stopped the 2 members of his team. The people behind him also hurried over. "Why didn't you inform me in advance? I should have performed better." Zhao Wenlong walked towards Jiang Shao with a look of surprise and patted him on the shoulder. The joy he felt when he had just won was less than 1/10 of the joy he felt at this moment. "You're 9 years younger than her. A Star Warrior is different from an ordinary athlete. A Star Warrior's career is very long, and she has more experience and more training time than you do. This victory is worth being happy and proud of," Jiang Shao continued. Zhao Wenlong rubbed his thick hair and said with a smile, "I can't find the feeling of fighting together with you guys anymore. I can't find the feeling of fighting for the country anymore." Jiang Shao leaned against the wall and said softly, "How does it feel? I remember that you were swimming in 1 round. Zhao Wenlong muttered. Jiang Shao blinked. At the next moment, Zhao Wenlong pressed his hands on Jiang Zhao's head. Even through the cap, he was still frantically rubbing Jiang Zhao's buzzcut hair. "Why are you hitting me?" Jiang Shao yelled while retreating. "Is there anyone to care? Zhao Wenlong is hitting me." The 2 of them rolled around in the tunnel, and the crowd in the distance was dumbfounded. 10 minutes later, in the locker room, Zhao Wenlong took off his sportswear and was wearing a white singlet. He casually took out a bottle of energy drink from the cabinet and threw it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao took off his mask and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. Bert. Zhao Wenlong unbuckled his boxing belt and asked, "Don't you have lessons today?" "Yes." Jiang Shao responded casually and looked at the nutrition list on the drink. "You're not drinking tea anymore?" "I tried it, but I changed it." Zhao Wenlong wiped his sweaty neck with a large towel. "I was thirsty after the competition and the tea was too hot." "Oh." Jiang Shao picked up the drink and gulped it down. "What's the matter?" Zhao Wenlong walked over while wiping his head. Jiang Shao asked, "Have you considered joining the army?" Zhao Wenlong asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao shrugged and went straight to the point. "I'll join the Guardians of the Night, a special team within the Guardians of the Night." Zhao Wenlong raised his finger and gestured to the locker room. I've rejected many teams and my career has just started. Jiang Shao said, so? You want to stay in this circle and win some glory or be like that female boxer and keep fighting? Zhao Wenlong thought about it and nodded. I like this atmosphere very much. When I'm old, it wouldn't be bad to be a coach. However, Jiang Shao smiled and said, groom the next generation well and let them fulfill your dreams on your behalf. Zhao Wenlong said, that sounds meaningful. Jiang Shao said, go and apply to be an assistant coach for the next Star Warriors World Cup team in Beijing. I'll win the championship and your ultimate goal will be achieved soon. Zhao Wenlong laughed and waved his hands. I can't train you. Jiang Shao looked at Zhao Wenlong with a serious expression and said, you're just unlucky. Everyone knows that you're not a one-rounder. Zhao Wenlong smiled and said, do you really think I care about that? Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, you're just enjoying the process. If you're really obsessed with winning and losing, you won't be able to maintain an undefeated record in the future. Zhao Wenlong sighed softly and casually threw the big towel to the side. He unscrewed the energy drink and said, this kind of life is quite interesting. I really enjoy it. I get to meet all kinds of legendary boxers and spar with them. Looking at Zhao Wenlong, Jiang Shao hesitated. He didn't know if he should continue to recruit Zhao Wenlong. If he had already found a way to survive that he liked, why should he change it? Zhao Wenlong suddenly changed the topic and said, the Guardians of the Night are famous. It's also a special combat team of the Guardians of the Night. You won't be short of members. Jiang Shao opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Zhao Wenlong said softly, essentially, you're not someone who relies on teammates. There are countless powerhouses in the Guardians of the Night, and you can find plenty of people who can keep up with you. It's not my turn. You've been climbing up and keeping your eyes forward. Your mentality and state have determined that it's difficult for you to look back. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and opened the lid of the energy drink. Zhao Wenlong said, Ho Mingming, right? Jiang Shao was speechless. Zhao Wenlong said, I heard that she joined the army after graduation. Zhao Wenlong then turned to look at Jiang Shao. No one knows which army she joined. It's been almost a year and there's been no news of her. I didn't expect her to be with you. Jiang Shao nodded calmly and said, she was originally a member of the Mountain Crusher Army or the Wasteland Reclaimers. I intercepted her and got her to join the Guardians of the Night. Zhao Wenlong smiled and shook his head. How is she now? Is she still as competitive as before? Gurgle. Jiang Shao put down the energy drink and said, it took her 10 months to get the position of a team leader. She now has a small right to choose her own team members. Zhao Wenlong said, she chose me. Jiang Shao said, yeah. Zhao Wenlong said, someone who's not in the army. Jiang Shao grimaced helplessly. Zhao Wenlong turned to look at Jiang Shao. It seems that you've protected her very well. She must have someone backing her up since she dared to make such a request. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said awkwardly, I do have a good relationship with our boss. I was the one who intercepted Ho Mingming. We're classmates and I'm the one who recommended her. It's only right for me to take care of her. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, you can't be so one-sided. She proved herself with her abilities and outstanding result. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save her no matter how much face I have. Zhao Wenlong nodded and fell silent. In the silence, Jiang Shao seemed to have sensed something else. Jiang Shao said, I have to make things clear. Don't feel pressured. I was assigned by my superior and I have to carry out orders. Now that my mission is complete, you can decide for yourself. I'll stay in the capital for 3 days. If you have any thoughts, just call me. Jiang Shao then stood up and said, I'll get going. Zhao Wenlong suddenly looked up at Jiang Shao and said, tell her to call me. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened slightly. After a while, he nodded gently. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 729. 4,200 word chapter. Please give me some support. If I can't cry when I see you again, will I still be able to blush? The phone on the coffee table rang and Jiang Shao hurriedly scurried out of the bathroom while wiping his head with a towel. Jiang Shao looked at the photo of the caller ID and thought to himself, "Oh? Whose girl is this? Why is she so beautiful?" He frantically picked up the phone and asked, "Huh?" To his surprise, the person on the other end of the line said, "If you have time to send me a message, don't you know to call me directly?" Jiang Shao said meekly, "I'm afraid that you're in class." "Where are you?" Han Jiangshu asked. Jiang Shao said while wiping his wet hair. "I'm at Xia Yan's house, in the maple forest." While speaking, Jiang Shao felt a translucent black teleportation shield spreading from his body. Behind him, Han Jiangshue had already teleported over. She hung up the phone and glared at Jiang Shao coldly. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped a little, and there was silence too. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Han Jiangshue was so angry that she almost laughed out loud. He's been away for almost a month and the first thing he asks when they meet is, "Have you eaten? Are you really concerned about my health?" Jiang Shao thought about it and tried to add fuel to the fire while Han Jiangshue was still upset. "I have to leave the day after tomorrow." Han Jiangshue was speechless. As soon as she heard that Jiang Shao was going to leave again, Han Jiangshue's attitude became much better. At least, she was willing to talk to Jiang Shao. Han Jiangshu asked, "What's the mission? Is it dangerous?" Jiang Shao secretly rejoiced. "Indeed. Breakdown therapy." The bad news came one after another and she couldn't react at all. Her anger eventually turned into worry and concern. "Wow, Jiang Shao, you're such a dog." Jiang Shao said, "It's not a big problem. When I come back, I reckon I'll be able to use my star pets freely." Han Jiangshu raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Huh? Has your black and white candle bear passed the test?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Sort of. The experts are still researching it and I reckon it'll be made public soon. In the future, I'll be able to bring it out and have fun. I'll make those who don't even have star pets die, hee hee." While Jiang Shao was entertaining himself, he saw the look in Han Jiangshue's eyes and frantically said, "By the way, there's something else I have to tell you. I've reported the matter of the mutated ball." Han Jiangshue tensed up and asked, "Who did you report it to?" Jiang Shao waved his hand and sat on the sofa. He said, "Don't worry, I've already told second last. I've also reported it to the vice president of the National Star Association." Jiang Shao did not want to dwell on this topic for too long. He continued, "By the way, aren't you curious about what my mission is?" "I'm going to babysit." Han Jiangshu glanced at Jiang Shao and turned around to walk towards the kitchen. It's true. Don't doubt me." Jiang Shao hurriedly got up and chased after her, only to discover that she seemed to be cooking. He frantically advised, "Just order takeout or go out to eat. Don't bother." Han Jiangshu washed her hands in the sink and said, "Xia Yan secretly ordered roast duck and beer last night. There's still half a roast duck left in the fridge. I'll heat it up for you and cook a bowl of noodles. You can make do with it." Han Jiangshu, "You're really good." Jiang Shao crossed his arms and leaned against the door sill. He said in displeasure, "Why are you so nice to me?" Han Jiangshu found some noodles in the cupboard and said, "The roast duck will go bad if you don't eat it." Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangshu then took out an onion from the fridge and began to cut it. Clearly, she was going to cook the noodles. "Who did you babysit for?" Jiang Shao got interested and said, "His Highness the Crown Prince of Kangjind." Han Jiangshu glanced at Jiang Shao in bewilderment and asked, "The son of the person who just got promoted a few days ago?" Jiang Shao nodded, but he said in distress, "That kid's star map is actually a human-shaped ghost with disheveled hair." He insisted that I help him turn the Star Warrior into a Star Warrior. I'm so worried. Han Jiangshu asked, "The galaxy stage?" Jiang Shao said, "The galaxy stage. He's only in his early 20s. Han Jiangshu asked, "What galaxy stage? Did you show him the flower blade?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "No, I did help a warrior in the galaxy stage reach the threshold of the Star Warrior. That kid is so envious and jealous." Han Jiangshu paused for a moment after cutting the green onions. Jiang Shao said, "Ho Mingming, you know her. She's the captain of my team in the World Cup. Let me tell you, the characteristics of her Star Warrior, whoosh." Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, Han Jiangshu grabbed the chopped green onion and threw it into the boiling hot pot of oil. However, the force that she used to throw the green onion seemed to be rather odd. Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, Jiang Shao exclaimed, "I'll leave the day after tomorrow." Han Jiangshu said, "You can leave after eating the noodles. If I can't make you cry when I see you again, will you still be able to blush?" His phone rang. Jiang Shao hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket and asked, "Huh?" Xia Yan's voice could be heard on the other end of the line. "You're back?" Jiang Shao said, I'm eating noodles." Xia Yan asked, Where? "Where? I want to eat too." Jiang Shao answered, "Your house." "Oh." Xia Yan's enthusiasm was reduced by more than half. She continued, "I still have a class later, so I won't be taking leave. I'll go back after class. By the way, there's still half a roast duck in the fridge. Help me eat it." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. At the same time, in the upper dimension of the snowfield, a crow shuttled nimbly through a dense forest. This time, it entered the upper dimension from the holy ground and teleported to a location that was relatively close to the holy ground in the upper dimension. It only took it less than a month to find the correct location, which saved a lot of time and resources. The dark crow was overjoyed and quickly flew into the spacious cave. The scene there remained unchanged for 10,000 years. The white ghouls crowded outside the cave, and from time to time, they would still be able to see the white ghouls biting each other. The dark crow was just a passerby who ignored the commotion. While Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu were having a heartwarming meal, it passed through the underground tunnel that extended in all directions and headed all the way down. Finally, it plunged into the holy ground of the upper dimension. At the next moment it was sunny, and the sky was blue with white clouds. The time in the foreign sphere seemed to be synchronized with that on Earth. There were 4 seasons, and 4 distinct days and nights. The afternoon in early May was still relatively warm. In this green forest, the dark crow finally had a chance to rest its feet. It perched on the top of a huge tree. It looked around with its lone eye, looking for possible danger. Foreign sphere. I'm here again. Last time, I escaped the clutches of the ice spirit tyrant, but unfortunately, I was bitten to pieces by the big fish. This time, what's waiting for me will be, The dark crow hopped on the treetops and looked around. It turned out to be a white birch forest. The white birch trees in this world were generally tall, and the tallest could reach more than 50 meters, which was in line with the ecological environment of the foreign sphere. The forest was an eye-opener for Jiang Shao. The crow went all the way down. Without the dense foliage, what came into view was an endless stretch of white birch trunks. On top of the white trees, there were pieces of bark that had been peeled off. They looked like pitch-black eyes that were staring at the surroundings. At the next moment, the dark crow's body stiffened slightly. It slowly turned its head and looked into the distance, only to hear the rustling of the white birch forest. Jiang Shao was very sure that it was not the sound of the wind blowing. The heavy footsteps also made Jiang Shao realize that it might have gotten into trouble again. Fast. It's too fast. In the blink of an eye, the army had arrived. The dark crow was so frightened that it hid behind the tree. It stepped on the branches and leaned close to the white birch tree, hiding in the blind spot of the advancing army. 1, 2, 3. The huge ape ghouls shuttled quickly below, as if they were in a 100-meter race. As the army approached, the huge white birch tree shook continuously. Bang! A giant hand grabbed the giant tree that the dark crow was hiding in, and its steel-like claws pierced deeply into the trunk. An ape ghoul fixed its body and hung on the giant tree. Its heavy panting made Jiang Zhao's heart jump to his throat. I'm entering AF** King Snowfield. How did I catch up with the terrain of the arsenal in Beijiang province? Where did I get teleported to? Swoosh! The huge ape ghoul flew into the sky and burrowed into the ground. The giant tree shook gently, and with the rustling of the leaves, the ape ghoul flew out and landed on another giant tree. The crow's small feet grabbed the branches and pierced into the branches as it moved its body slowly. In the end, it hung upside down on the branches like a bat and carefully hid while watching the army pass by. The last time he saw such a spectacular scene was when he first entered the lower snowfield. Back then, the army was made up of white ghouls. Compared to the rapid march this time, the number of ape ghouls was relatively smaller, and there were less than 100 of them. However, there was a huge difference in their aura. In the lower dimension, ordinary ape ghouls were about 2 meters tall, while the gold-quality ape ghoul kings were about 2.5 meters tall. Looking at the group of ordinary ape ghouls, Jiang Zhao almost thought that it was a group of ape ghoul kings that had massive bodies. Bang! The huge white birch tree shook again, and a giant palm pierced into the trunk, choosing the tree as a foothold. Phew! The heavy panting seemed to indicate that the ape ghoul was a little tired. Their physical fitness was extremely good, and yet they were so tired. What kind of rapid march was this? The ape ghoul landed for a short while, but it discovered something incredible. It grabbed the tree trunk and leaned forward to observe the front, but it seemed to have discovered something from the corner of its eyes. Then, the ape ghoul turned around. That pair of huge ape eyes saw a trembling little crow hanging on a branch, its small body sticking close to the tree trunk. The movements of the pitch-black crow and the ape ghoul were surprisingly identical. They turned their heads slowly and looked at the two gigantic ape eyes with their lone, small eyes. Jiang Zhao was on the verge of tears. "Brother, I've just arrived, okay? Can you give me a way out?" The ape ghoul nimbly changed its position and climbed around the tree. It tilted its huge head and scrutinized the crow carefully. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. "Go to hell. I've really just arrived." The ape ghoul made a strange guttural sound and curiously grabbed the crow. Peck. Gold quality green glow. The crow's sharp beak pecked the ape ghoul's large hand, and the ape ghoul was pecked 8 meters away. Plop. The huge ape ghoul smashed onto the ground, creating a deep pit in the soft forest. Roar. The ape ghoul lay in the pit and crawled up frantically while roaring angrily. All of a sudden, the army that had been trying their best to maintain silence suddenly got into an uproar and filled the birch forest. Puff, puff, puff. The black crow fluttered its wings and flew high while the ape ghoul in the pit climbed the giant tree frantically, breaking the branches and stepping on the top of the birch tree that was more than 50 meters tall. It leaped ferociously and grabbed the crow that was fluttering its wings. Puff, puff, puff. A flock of crows suddenly darted out of the little crow's body and rushed towards the huge ape ghoul. Roar! The ape ghoul clawed frantically. Rumble! The crows exploded and flames soared into the sky. Silver quality illusory crow plus gold quality chaotic crow. Art is about exploding. Damn it! Phew! 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 A series of forceful, short, and urgent slogans made Jiang Zhao slightly stunned. Finally, Jiang Zhao understood why the ape ghouls tried their best to hide their bodies and advance quickly. Are they trying to ambush the savages? The voices in the distance were obviously the voices of the savages. What has it got to do with me when you deities are fighting? Although I'm a bird, It really has nothing to do with me. Jiang Shao flew upwards frantically, while the ape ghoul that had been defeated by Jiang Shao seemed to have forgotten about its feud with the savages. It crawled out of the dense branches and leaves, took off from the ground, and leaped high again before dashing towards Jiang Shao. In the sky, the black crow turned around abruptly and was about to attack when it saw a shocking scene. Due to the fact that it had flown high enough, it saw an empty piece of land in the distance. In this dense birch forest, such an empty space was obviously man-made. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, it was not just an empty space, but also a cemetery. A few savages fled in panic, while a few savages with weapons in their hands had already assumed a defensive stance and were roaring loudly, "Cemetery? Is this a place that the savages should build? How can the savages resist their desire for blood and flesh? Could it be that the savages in the foreign planet have developed a certain level of civilization and no longer eat the corpses of their companions?" Jiang Shao had encountered savages once in the Liaodong province, and the combat skills of the swordsman team were indeed impressive. However, even if the savages stopped eating the corpses of their companions, they wouldn't have evolved to the extent of building a cemetery for their companions, right? This kind of behavior was a little too human. Huff, while he was deep in thought, a huge palm slapped over. Under the huge palm of the ape ghoul, the tiny crow was swatted far away like a fly. Being distracted on the battlefield was a taboo for the military. However, the gold-grade ghoul had done a meritorious deed. Jiang Shao couldn't be blamed for thinking about that on the battlefield. Such a scene was indeed too unexpected and shocking. Damn it! The black crow quickly transformed into a human. Although Jiang Shao was carrying a giant sword on his back, he grabbed a dark red giant sword with a wave of his hand. Jiang Shao, who had nowhere to borrow strength from in the air, paused, turned around, and dashed forward. A ray of sword light appeared in the air. There was a hint of desperation on the dark red flower blade as it charged towards the descending ape ghoul like a bolt of lightning. Platinum blade of desperation. Amidst the dark red sword light, a gloomy voice sounded. "Did I give you face?" Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 730. A crimson sword light flashed and Jiang Shao arrived behind the ape ghoul almost instantly. He then stabbed the sword into the ape ghoul's massive head. Huh! Even Jiang Shao himself was shocked. What's going on? Are ape ghouls so fragile? When he was in the upper latitude of the snowfield, Jiang Shao had fought with the white ghouls several times because he wanted to replace the gold-quality green glow and endurance. Besides, Jiang Zhao's star map was a flower blade, which was a typical warrior star map. Hence, Jiang Shao could easily switch between star techniques like green glow and endurance. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Shao had been fighting with the giant steel sword, and he did not use the star transformation weapon or the flowery sword. Hence, the scene in front of him did indeed surprise Jiang Shao. Speaking of which, the ape ghouls here should be of the gold quality. In terms of size alone, they were similar to the ape ghoul king in the lower latitude arsenal. Logically speaking, the gold-white ghouls in the mutated ball had already reached the brass rank after going through layers of projections. Why was the golden ape ghoul in the alien ball at the bottom of the arsenal after going through layers of projections? What was the principle behind this? Should the white ghouls be the younger brothers? It was weakened to such a degree? How could he be so undignified? Back to the topic at hand, Jiang Shao never expected that he would be able to pierce through the head of the ape ghoul. Jiang Shao had been thinking about how tough the ape ghouls would be. As a result, kill him? Did he just kill a golden ape ghoul? Jiang Shao was also at the peak of the galaxy peak. Although his attributes were not considered outstanding among the star warriors of the same level, they were definitely above average. After all, the star warriors who could ascend to the galaxy peak would have to go through the process of leaping through the Dragon Gate. In addition, the star technique Blade of Death was extremely powerful, and its speed was extremely fast. More importantly, the flower blade star weapon was extremely sharp. Is this a chemical reaction between the star technique of Blade of Death and the flower blade star map? Could it really pierce through this ape ghoul with thick skin and flesh? Feeling a little excited, Jiang Shao stepped on the massive body of the ape ghoul and smashed it into the soft soil. Dirt and dust flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke and dust, Jiang Shao stepped on the mountain-like body of the ape ghoul and grabbed its head, after which he pulled out the star bead along with its flesh and blood. Without any hesitation, he absorbed it. Star transformation into martial arts was extremely taxing on star power. Jiang Shao was a fighter and not a medical awakened. Hence, he did not have the ability to use his star techniques to recover his star power. Absorbing the star power in the star beads was a very good way to replenish star power. As soon as he absorbed the star bead, Jiang Shao felt something happening behind him. He frantically leaped and darted out. Bang! A pair of giant fists smashed heavily on the corpse of the ape ghoul, even smashing out 2 huge grooves on the iron-like bones. Jiang Shao once again put together a crimson flower blade, but his first target was not the ape ghoul that was sneaking up on him, but the ape ghoul that was roaring at the sky in the distance. Whoosh! The crimson sword light flashed and Jiang Zhao's figure shuttled rapidly. At the instant that he disappeared, the ape ghouls behind him smashed towards him again. Another deep pit was created in the ground. Almost at the same time, Jiang Shao had already beheaded the ape ghoul in the distance. Ape ghouls? The ape ghoul roared angrily. Damn little bugs, you only know how to escape. Not only do you not dare to fight me head-on, you even sneak attack my kind again and again. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure appeared again, accompanied by the emergence of crimson lines. Another ape ghoul was stabbed in the chest. As long as I'm fast enough, the question marks of the ape ghouls can't catch up with me. Indeed, the question mark of the ape ghouls did not catch up with Jiang Shao, but Jiang Shao took the initiative to return. Jiang Shao drew a crimson triangle in the birch forest and shuttled for the 3rd time before returning to his original spot. He then sliced the head of the ape ghoul that had been chasing him into 2. Hua-la-la, the flower blade shattered with a loud bang, having completed its mission. It shattered into specks of starlight and scattered with the wind, flying into the white birch forest. Jiang Shao looked at the crimson star power in a daze and thought, is this the real way to turn star power into martial arts? Death's effect and the flower blade produced an unimaginable chemical reaction. It was like cutting tofu with a knife. What kind of divine star technique is this? What kind of celestial star martial art is this? It was 2F** King happy from today onwards. My name is Jiang Gaoxing. Jiang Gaoxing hurriedly took out the star bead from the head of the ape ghoul. Although he was very happy, the price of his happiness was the rapid loss of star power. If only Jiang Zhao's original body was here. He could just casually step on the halo of nostalgia and not worry about his star power being insufficient. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao suddenly discovered that there was really a halo of nostalgia under his feet. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Jiang Shao hurriedly looked around, but before he could find the savage sorceress, he saw a group of hideous ape ghouls surrounding him. Jiang Shao couldn't help it. He was a little too happy because he had attracted too much hatred. Why are you so happy when everyone is so miserable? Puff, puff, puff. Jiang Shao used facts to prove that he was not only happy, but he could also fly. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's figure turned into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. The scene was extremely bizarre. The huge ape ghouls swooped down like butterflies and slapped the harmless crows, causing them to explode. All of a sudden, there was chaos in the birch forest. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. As the sounds of crying sounded, the dark crows hiding in the dense leaves couldn't help but move their bodies and look out. They saw a female savage wailing and pulling an ape ghoul maniacally. The ape ghoul was also tearing a male savage apart with its sharp claws. In terms of size, the savages were inferior to the ape ghouls, but in terms of physical fitness, the ape ghouls were superior to the savages. Jiang Xiao saw a bloody scene where the struggling male savage was torn apart by the huge ape ghoul. What made this scene even more cruel was that the crying female savage did not run away. Instead, she cried at the top of her lungs, as though she had given up the hope of surviving. She tried her best to tear the ape ghoul's throat with her sharp teeth and claws, as though she wanted to perish together with it. To Jiang Zhao's shock, the female savage succeeded. Her heart was crushed by the ape ghoul, and she also bit the throat of the ape ghoul. It was a life-and-death struggle. In the lower levels of the armory, there was a type of brass barbarians of the lowest rank. They were the servants that served the big shot. They didn't know how to use weapons and had low combat abilities. However, their fangs and claws were actually so powerful here. Could it be that they're also a kind of creature that's been weakened? Are they also of the gold quality in this alien sphere? There were only a few cases of the female savage fighting to the death and succeeding. Most of the savages who came to pay their respects were killed by the ape ghouls. The cemetery that was supposed to be quiet was in chaos, and both the living and the dead could not find peace at this moment. Ha! A roar sounded from the other side of the cemetery. Immediately afterwards, pale ghostly faces floated out of the corpses of the savages. That was the star technique of the savage sorcerer, zombie spirit. The pale ghostly faces did not have a physical body, and the thick skin of the ape ghouls could not defend against them at all. Hence, they could only let the ghostly faces penetrate their bodies. Then, the ape ghouls stiffened one after another, and stood rooted to the ground. Some of the ape ghouls even maintained their roaring postures, as if their bodies had been frozen. In the jungle behind the cemetery, a group of savage spearmen quickly emerged. They were huge and clearly more powerful than the savages worshipped in the cemetery. They were 5 to 8 meters tall, and although their size was still incomparable to the ape ghouls, the combat power of the savage spearmen was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. The spears in their hands were wrapped in rich star power and had a unique purple glow. Their target was the eyes of the ape ghouls. So, is that the weakness of the ape ghouls? The black crow tilted its head slightly and watched as the spear pierced the huge eyes of the ape ghouls before piercing through their heads. In the cemetery, the pale ghostly faces were still flying around, and a huge savage sorcerer walked out accompanied by shrill screams. He was wearing a long robe made of the skin of the ape ghouls, and a necklace made of white bones hung around his neck. As he walked, it made clanking sounds, and he was holding a scepter made of bones in his hand. Ha! The savage sorcerer, who was dressed extravagantly, hit the ground with his scepter and roared at the white birch forest. From afar, a majestic cry of an ape could be heard from the depths of the white birch forest. The ape ghouls, who were shocked and didn't know whether to advance or retreat in the forest, immediately raised their long arms and raised their heads to scream. The cries of the apes rose and fell incessantly. The white birch forest seemed to be blown by the wind or stirred by the waves of star power as the trees swayed wildly. So, boss is going to appear? The important figures are indeed the last to appear. Jiang Xiao hurriedly flew higher and higher, away from the troublesome place. The crow did not fly away. Instead, it looked down at the white birch forest below. All of a sudden, a dark blue figure rose from the ground. The black crow widened its beak and thought, attacking giant ape. The body of star power of the ape ghoul king in the lower latitude is already terrifying enough. The ape ghoul king in the alien ball. Is it already 15 or 16 meters tall? The white birch forest was particularly huge and could hide the ape ghoul king's figure. However, the forest was dense and there was no route for the ape ghoul king to take. That day, the little crow flying in the sky finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the giant ape. Wait, I don't seem to need fear? Can I fly? The white birch forest was knocked down and trampled one by one. The ape ghoul king, who was supporting the body of star power, was like a bulldozer that pushed forward aggressively and aggressively. Every time the ape ghoul king took a step, the ground would tremble. Ha! 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 The savage sorcerer's expression changed drastically. He shouted the slogan crazily. Jiang Shao was puzzled as he didn't understand the language of the savages. What did the special word, ha, mean? Was it a retreat? Or a fight to the death? Or Jiang Shao, who was flying in the air, almost forgot to flap his wings. He was really going to have a heart attack. He saw a small figure walking out of the white birch forest behind the cemetery. Human? Human? A girl? Jiang Shao was overjoyed. That was the third human he had found on the alien ball. Compared to the savages and the ape ghouls, the girl was indeed thin and pitiful. However, it was her small body that erupted with astonishing star power energy. As she moved forward, a huge dark blue figure rose from the ground. It was not inferior to the ape ghoul king in the depths of the dense forest. The huge body of star power was pieced together layer by layer. The girl followed the dark blue star power and finally stood up shakily. She had short hair, almond-shaped eyes, and a round face. Her face was painted with blood, and there were bone earrings hanging from her earlobes. She was wearing a short shirt and shorts made of ape ghoul skin and slowly raised the spear in her hand. In the heart of the body of star power, the girl raised the heavy spear in her hand. The huge star power girl also raised the spear and pointed it at the sky. The huge and heavy star power spear was pointed at the pitch-black crow that was flapping its wings. She didn't take the ape ghoul king seriously at all. Ape ghoul king? Hee, it's not as important as the little creature in the air. The huge star power girl revealed her two small canine teeth and said, "TSK, what kind of monster are you? Hurry up and reveal your true form." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao was immediately displeased. What do you mean hurry up and reveal your true form? You're making me sound like a goblin that's tormenting people. I'm going to be shy if you continue. The girl yelled, "There are no one-eyed crows in Beijing. I'll give you one last chance." Whoosh! Jiang Shao suddenly transformed into a human who was dressed in a black Guardians of the Night uniform and a mysterious circle mask. He fell vertically from the sky and stood steadily on the tip of the huge spear. The star power girl opened her huge eyes and carefully sized up the mysterious Guardian of the Night. For some reason, there was a hint of disappointment on her face. At the same time, Jiang Shao was also carefully sizing her up. The girl's temperament was very special. Her appearance and facial features were adorable, but she exuded a sense of wildness. Putting aside the bloodstains on her face, the main point was the large bone earrings on her ears, which were simply the finishing touch. The earrings were nice, but the necklace made of bones around her neck was redundant. It clanked and clanked, as if she was collecting junk. The special sense of beauty was unforgettable. More importantly, the body that the body of star power had transformed into was very lifelike, and even the accessories had been transformed. The little savage who collected trash instantly turned into a big savage who collected trash with an imposing aura. Jiang Shao turned around to look at the ape ghoul king that was flying over and asked, "Are you satisfied?" The girl gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, get up, I'll kill it." I'll continue to write 4,000 words and crazily ask for monthly votes. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.